Good evening, everyone. I'd first await a motion to, we're going to leave the non-public, vote to seal the minutes, and end the non-public and vote to seal the minutes. We're not going back into it after. I think that's...
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Welcome, everyone, to the City Council meeting Monday, July 10th, 2023. Kelly, will you please take the roll?
Yes. Mayor McEachran.
Here.
Assistant Mayor Kelly is not with us this evening. Councilor Tabor.
Here.
Councilor Denton.
Here.
Councilor Moreau.
Here.
Councilor Bagley.
Here.
Councilor Lombardi.
Here.
Councilor Blaylock.
Here.
Councilor Cook.
Here.
Before we get to the Pledge of Allegiance, I would just like to say a word of condolence for Brian Young, who passed too soon after a valiant fight with cancer. He was a FedEx employee, a stalwart volunteer for the city of Portsmouth, and we send our condolences to his wife, Tatiana. May his memory be a blessing. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have two proclamations. And Joanna was nice enough to put a little post-it on this one, so I say recreate and not recreate, so hopefully I'll remember that. Whereas today there is general agreement that recreation is good for the body and the mind, and that as daily life becomes more stressful, taking time when we can away from work, chores, and worries is beneficial to our physical and mental well-being. And whereas engaging in outdoor recreational activities allows us to connect with nature and is a setting for socialization, enabling us to forge meaningful connections, strengthen relationships, and foster a sense of community. And whereas the City of Portsmouth's Recreation Department staff and facilities are vital to the well-being of all of our residents of all ages, ranging from the swim lessons for toddlers at the indoor pool to after-school programs at the community campus to open court for teenagers at the Connie Bean to the sports teams on our athletic fields to the yoga classes at Spinnaker Point to the social hours at the Senior Activity Center. And whereas park and recreation programming and educational activities such as our out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and STEM education classes are critical to childhood development. And whereas the Recreation Department works closely with the DPW Parks and Greenery Division to maintain our parks, ensure the ecological beauty of our community, and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives, on behalf of the National Park and Recreation Association, has designated July as Park and Recreation Month to celebrate the vital role park and recreation professionals play in bringing people together, providing essential services, and fostering the growth of our communities by making a positive impact on their community members every single day. And whereas July 21st is Parks and Recreation Professionals Day and July 31st is Lifeguard Appreciation Day, now, therefore, I, Daglin McEachran, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and the citizens of Portsmouth, do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in Portsmouth and call upon our community to observe this month by thanking our parks and recreation staff and taking advantage of their programs and facilities that so enhance our quality of life here in Portsmouth. Given with my hand and the seal of the City of Portsmouth on this 10th day of July 2023. Thanks, guys. Todd, you want to come grab this? What's that? You guys want to all come up? Yeah, why don't you come on up and we'll just take a quick picture, guys.
You guys clean up good.
Cheers. All right.
You gotta have to move together, people. Bryn, go over in front. Come on, Bryn. Yeah, exactly. Come on, somebody else go join her.
All right, everybody looking here? Great. Beautiful.
There you go. Told you. Yeah, they're all so awesome.
They're all awesome. Bryn, for one, went above the call of duty, and when my daughter lost a tooth at theater class, she put it in a little baggie, made sure it came home safe for my daughter to extract $5 from me. Next up, we have a proclamation for Plastic Pollution Reduction Month. Whereas the City of Portsmouth declared itself an eco-municipality in 2007, has passed both a citywide polystyrene ban and a city property single-use ordinance, and continues to encourage voluntary efforts by residents to reduce single-use plastics waste as part of Portsmouth's climate future. And whereas the Surfrider Foundation New Hampshire chapter has championed the effort for Portsmouth restaurants and cafes to become certified ocean-friendly restaurants and to participate in the Skip the Stuff effort that encourages customers to ask for food service accessories instead of contributing to the expense and waste generated by unwanted items. And whereas the City of Portsmouth wishes to reduce the significant pollution and health risks of the chain of plastic production by conserving resources, minimizing waste, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and other pollution, and protecting the welfare of our residents and wildlife, all of which contribute to the quality of life in Portsmouth. And whereas it is the intent of the city to reduce the negative impacts of plastic locally, to join in the international effort to reduce the pollution and public health risks associated to plastic, now therefore I, Daigle McCachran, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Portsmouth, hereby proclaim July 2023 to be Plastic Pollution Reduction Month here in Portsmouth, and encourage all citizens and businesses to reduce their plastic consumption and waste by choosing reusables and opt-in versus opt-out models for single-use items. Given it with my hand and the seal of the City of Portsmouth on this 10th day of July 2023. Thank you. And thank you to Councilor Denton connecting me to the Surfrider Foundation. Is there anybody from the Surfrider Foundations here who want to come up and grab this?
Monty's coming to take a picture.
We're going to have to take a picture too.
It's like, I see Monty coming. Just here, just for a second. Yay.
Next up is our acceptance of minutes for the June 5th, 2023 and the June 20th, 2023. I'd wait a motion to accept the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We don't have any recognitions and volunteer committee reports, so on to public comment. First up is David Fine on the Prescott locks.
Do I hit the button here?
No, we'll hit it for you.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Just
And
3
I'll
minutes.
Watch that for the 3, right?
Yep.
Great, terrific. My name's Dave Fine. I'm a Portsmouth resident. When my wife informed me about 10 days ago that the locks were going to come off the fence in Prescott Park, I said over my dead body, I have a lock there. We have a lock there. And then when I looked into it a little further and found out that the town manager made a statement here that the city was going to take the locks back, kind of reminded me of some things I'd heard in my younger days. We're the people that you work for. You don't tell us what you're going to do. You ask us if you can do that. So I got my old hippie thing going. I've got a petition, and I've been babysitting it, and several friends who are in the park have been watching this petition, putting it up, taking it down when it's raining. And in 7 days, we've collected over 500 signatures of people who want that to stay there. And the reason typically is because they're love locks. Someone's mother dies, they put up a lock in her memory. Someone has a baby, they put the baby's memory. My wife and I put it up, we separated, and we came back together. When we came back together, the lock was still there. That's my story. I could stand here for the rest of the night and tell you all the wonderful stories I've heard in the last 10 days. I think it was thoughtless, I think it was mindless, and every excuse that I've heard for why that's going to happen just does not logically make sense. We're told that it's because the locks are too heavy and the fence is going to fall. Well, the money that this city is going to spend to take down those fences and put up a new one, they could save a ton of money by simply reinforcing the fences. I'm not an engineer, but I'm not stupid. There's a deeper meaning and reason that this is happening. And the longer that I've looked into it, I'm beginning to understand what it is. In America, we lose our freedoms a slice at a time, like a slice of bologna. This park is going to go a slice at a time, as you all know, with the 1A thing that's posted up on the building. Y'all are just trying to get us used to that fact, a little bit at a time. I have 29 more seconds. I just want you all to realize that you poked a bear with me, but 500 other people are behind me. And once we let them know the real reason that those locks are coming down, I think we'll have thousands more in that park. So just a word to the wise. Reconsider your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Next up, Ted Jankowski on the topic of McIntyre.
Thank you. My name is Ted Jankowski from 27 Franklin Street in Portsmouth. And I'm just really glad that the city is considering pursuing the acquisition of the McIntyre under Senate Bill 1589. You know, this is a bill that never, ever could happen again, maybe. You had a Republican president, Republican Senate, Republican House, and we had a senator from New Hampshire who was a senior member of the Appropriations Committee. That was a gift to Portsmouth. It was a gift, and let's not let it disappear. Let's keep fighting for it. I believe under this bill, the city has a right to it. So let's continue to pursue it and fight for it, and I applaud you in your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Next up is Joel Brown from Portsmouth on the topic of the RFQ. And Mark, we'll get back to you when we get through the Portsmouth residents.
Great, thank you. Joel Brown, Union Street, Portsmouth. Been to several meetings. I first really, truly want to thank all of you. You have a very challenging job and somewhat thankless most of the time that I've been here, so I really appreciate that. You know, there's a saying I think we all grew up with, I think everybody grows up with, and that's, you know, if something is too good to be true, it usually is, right? And stay away from it. And I'm here to say that the sports complex that you're all considering is the opposite of that. It is an amazing opportunity for all of us. And I'm thrilled that I'm here during Recreation Proclamation. So I would love to have next year when you have the same month, we can add the hockey rink in the indoor facility. But what I'd like to say is there are 9, as I think you all know, there are 9 private-public partnerships between Edge Sports and other communities, most of which are in Massachusetts. One is 35 miles from here in Middleton, Mass. And I think it would be great if some of you could go down and visit the facility and talk to the people that built it about 8 years ago. I have a very good friend who was involved in it, and he's the building commissioner in Peabody, Mass. And I would truly truly be happy to arrange a visit to talk with any of the people there. So I thank you again for your continued support on this. The hockey program, figure skating program, and everyone else that would benefit is, we'll keep coming to these meetings and try to do it. I have heard a lot of people say this is too good to be true, nothing is free, it's going to cost a lot of money, and that's just not the case. So I think if we do our due diligence and visit some of the other towns and communities that have built similar facilities, we will, have a new facility, probably in less than 2 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. Next up is Francis Cormier on the topic of Leo and Hippo. Oh, we got puppets. Oh, that's great.
Francis Cormier, Melbourne Street. Hey, Leo, did you hear? They want to get rid of all the Lovelocks at Prescott Park. Oh, that's too bad. That big brass lock with the lion's head on it? Elsie the lioness and I put that there when we got married. Oh, how romantic. But what about that old rusty fence? Well, Hippo, we can still have a new fence and keep all the Lovelocks too. Oh, but how can we do that? Well, first you get a pair of giant wire cutters and you snip all the links and remove all the Lovelocks and put them in a big pile. Then you install a new fence like the one along Marcy Street. It has iron pickets every 6 inches or so. Then you drop the locks, 10 or 20 at a time, onto the vertical iron pickets, and then you install the horizontal bars, sealing the locks in place. So you have a nice new fence with all the locks still attached to it. Gee, Leo, you're smart. That's why I'm the Lion King. I have to be smart to be king. Just think, people will come from all over to see the Lovelocks on our nice new fence. And when other people get married, they'll attach their Lovelocks to the fence. Oh, that's so romantic. Portsmouth will be world famous, just like Paris and London. That's right, Hippo. After all, we're called the city of the open door. Have a nice summer, everybody, and see you at Prescott Park.
And Leo and Hippo. Next up is Robert Najjar on resident stickers. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Close enough. Yeah, Bob Najjar. I live at 10 Martine Cottage Road. And so I'm just here to encourage the councils to implement next year resident parking stickers. And it should be easy to do. When you register your car, you get a sticker. And by the end of 2024, everybody will have a resident sticker if you register your car in Portsmouth. Starting in 25, you'll be able to park in a place where you will not have to compete with visitors to the town. And I think that's really important because the town right now is getting so congested, and residents should have priority in parking in town. They're paying the taxes, and they pay for the registration of their car. Every community that abuts us has a resident parking sticker. So I think like Parrott Avenue, Parrott parking lot, and other areas here in town, so that if you're living in South Portsmouth, you should be able to come into town and not have to compete with other people out of town. And I can understand some people are going to say, well, what about the downtown workers? They're already getting a fabulous deal with $5 for the entire day in the garage. So it doesn't seem there would be any loss of revenue, and we would have the same sort of advantages a lot of the other towns provide to their residents. And I think that's fair. If another town wants to do reciprocity and the council agrees, we could do that. But you look at in Rye, where they have their resident-only parking to go to the beach, You go to Fox Point, you have to be a resident, you have to have a resident sticker. Even now at Stratham Hill Park, you have to have a resident sticker to park over in Jackrabbit Lane. Newcastle, probably the most restrictive as far as that. So if it's good for those towns, it's good for Portsmouth. And if you're thinking forward, and you're thinking about the residents here in Portsmouth, it seems like the thing to do, and not to wait too long until everybody's so upset because they can't find a place to park downtown and they're having to compete with all the visitors. It seems fair. And that would be a simple way to do it, because if you register a car, you'd have a resident sticker. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
Next up is Sue Polidora on the McIntyre again.
Sue Polidora, Middle Street. I should have just written down the sequel. Actually, I would like to support the efforts of Mr. Jankowski regarding pursuing the McIntyre through the legislative bill that was passed many years ago. This should have been the first thing that we should have done a long time ago. We can get that building, which is at the heart of the downtown, for Portsmouth the way that it was intended, for $1, and just pay a legal fee for having those that have the knowledge to push it for us. We should do it. That building belongs to us. I've read that legislation many times, and there is no reason why it would not pass legal muster. So I want to encourage you to pursue this. I think it's a worthwhile project. It will benefit us in many ways. And next time I will bring my puppets, and I can do that. And, you know, it seems to be very popular. You guys were really entertained, so I'll do that next.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Sue. Next up is Irish Mike on the topic of hate.
Good evening, Mayor. Michael Harn, Orchard Street. The last City Council meeting I was here, I gave you a history lesson on the ethics of flags. And when they had the outside dining, and the goat had redone their outside patio, they decorated nice with flags and everything. So the code enforcement, or whoever it was, said you have to take down the flags. It goes against city ordinance. There's no wind flow. But for Pride Month, the Antoneum flew a huge pride flag on the Widow's Peak on the roof, which is disrespectful. For one, it was above the American flag, and it went against city ordinance. If you make the goat take down their flags, which they said it blocking wind flow, which was loaded nonsense, the flag on the top of the roof of the Antoneum was doing much more damage. It should never have went up there. And also, the pride flag is still up there. It should be on that flag. It should be on a separate pole, and it's higher than the state flag. And Pride Month has passed. It's still up there. It should be taken down. And in the spring, they said there'll be no acts of hate in Portsmouth. The pride flag, since the beginning of time, there's been straight people and gay people. It's not something new. It didn't happen that a person chose their sexuality. Why they need a flag, I don't know. And the pride flag wasn't designed out. They say, I think the mayor stated when it went up there, it's raised as an act of love. The pride flag wasn't designed out of an act of love. It was taken from the Catholic Church. Genesis 6 stated that God flooded the earth to cleanse our sins, and his ammunition was the rain, and his weapon was the bow. So in 78, that's when the pride flag was designed to disrespect the Catholic Church, basically because they were against gay marriage. There's a lot of religions against gay marriage. It doesn't mean they're good or bad people. So the flag itself was designed out of an act of hate. So in good faith, if you're against hate, you shouldn't be flying it. If they want to fly it in a private building or house, that's fine, but it shouldn't be out in public like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Irish Mike. Next up is Paige Trace on the topic of Portsmouth.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, Paige Trace, 27 Hancock Street. Respect is a two-way street. Respecting the people that you were elected to work for is also something that I think lately we are forgetting. Respect is about working on the big projects instead of focusing on the little ones that you want. Respect is about understanding that there are big projects in this town that haven't been dealt with. To give you an idea, a mold-free police station. Wouldn't that be novel? How long has that been worked on? And where is it? McIntyre lawsuit. Pierce Island wastewater treatment facility. Anyone who's been down on Mechanic Street recently would know how well that's working. Or if you live down the Pikeway in Massachusetts, there are a ton of beaches from here to there that aren't open right now due to fecal matter. Mechanic Street pumping station. One pipe coming out of the ground and going back in. And it's been that way since last fall. When's it going to be fixed? Better yet, when is it going to be replaced? Combined sewer overflows in South Mill Pond, releasing millions of gallons of raw sewage. That comes into the long-term control plan that still isn't fixed or appropriately considered finished by the courts. Fleet Street, workforce housing, and Poor Panaway Manor is still waiting for their committee to work on that. Here's a good one. Why don't you finally put the bones, the body parts, back into North Cemetery? They were, unfortunately, there were bodies at the front of North Cemetery that were basically, I'll use the words, it's abrupt, but they were kneecapped, and they haven't been taken care of yet. So I suggest to you all that we start to think about respecting this city and what's important to the residents of the city, and not what you all want, or not the election in 3 months. Think about what needs to be done to make this city work. And right now, South Mill Pond is hurting. So let's focus on what should have been done and hasn't been done yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paige. Next up is Denise Sesaba on the topic of easement and Ruth Street.
Do I have to say my name again? No?
You just have to say your name and you're a resident of Portsmouth.
Denise Sensiba, resident of Portsmouth. So I was wondering regarding the 12th Ruth Street easement that the city holds since we don't even know when. Is it possible to move the agenda up if nobody objects? If somebody objects, I'll respect that, because I don't think the baby will last for 2.5 hours. And she got really up a little with the puppets, so thank you for that. Is that okay if you guys, would anybody mind? As far as I know, there isn't really much to talk about. It will just be moved to Mr. McCourt or the legal department. So if 12A, if nobody minds, if that could be moved before the public hearings.
We're just referring this to the legal department. We're already splitting the council meeting. I don't believe this was on that, but we can. Oh, it's part of consent agenda? Yeah, we'll adopt the consent agenda after public comment.
Thank you so much.
And send you back to bed.
Oh, thank you. That babysitter canceled, but thank you.
Yeah. Next up is Mr. Kennedy on the topic of, quote, "we see."
Good evening, everyone. Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. And I noticed in the packet, Mr. McNabb was using the words "we see," his vision. I guess what I'd like to know is what the council's vision is. Everything was "we see streets, we see this." My concern is anyone seeing the infrastructure issues? We got our water report. I was kind of amazed at the areas that some of this water is coming from and some of the questions now in our state from the wells. If you're down on 41 Pickering Ave, especially yesterday afternoon and many times these last couple of weeks, it stunk from the sewage treatment plant. We know that for all the stuff in the city, it goes through one pipe where it used to go through two. We know that the pipe is outside the pump station, hanging out, and has been, as Paige Trace said, in the fall. It is great that you are all catering to the developers. That's your choice. That's what you ran on, and I'll give you it. However, as you cater to the developers, I'm hoping that you look at the infrastructure, and can our infrastructure handle, without the cost, a huge cost to the residents, all this new development, SoCo? And is the developers helping and contributing to that? If you agree with Mr. McNabb and what was put in the packet under "we see," I hope you see the additional cost for upkeep. Every time you add a sidewalk, a new plow. Every time you add a new street, you have to plow it. You have to matter it. So as we supposedly get these gifts from these developers, I really want to know what you're giving to the residents. What do you see for the residents? We know that the residents are going to be paying more than commercial property coming up to the assessments. We've heard that now twice from our assessor, that could be a potential. So I guess I'd like to go with, what are you seeing as a council for the residents? And right now I have to question, we're in an old infrastructure, and as a councilor, I always question what we're doing with our infrastructure, and I haven't seen many improvements. And save the locks for these poor people. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next up is Pete Huda on the topic of, quote, the gift.
Petri Huda, 280 South Street. And as you might have guessed, this is the same topic that Esther just spoke on. I would call your attention, in case you're not following me and the rest of the public isn't following. I'm talking about the item in the City Council packet under the City Manager, where we have a letter that's dated July 4th from Mr. McNabb. And as I went through this, I kind of took offense. And I took offense because this is a direct, I guess, circumvent of our processes and our committees. So Mr. McNabb refers to all the meetings that they have already had on his suggestion that is discussed by city staff Suzanne Woodland and Peter Rice in a memo to the city manager on July 3rd. Basically, Mr. McNabb, to be clear, owns and has received permits for 1 Congress Street. But Mr. McNabb wants to go further. Mr. McNabb wants to do additional improvements to our infrastructure and our streets, and has proposed several other improvements within the abutting public areas, and has had meetings, quite a few meetings, with the city staff. Enough that they could prepare a memo to give to you tonight to look at this. So from my perspective, and probably from the perspective of all the abutters downtown and all the merchants that are on Congress Street currently, basically there's the catch to this is that he wants to develop the whole area by 1 Congress Street and actually move the center of historic Portsmouth over to that area. Some of us have a problem with that. The other thing is he wants to avoid the land use boards and the HDC. As he stated in this rather, to me it's an ultimatum. It's paragraph, down in the paragraph 3 or 4 in his letter. I'd like to be clear and to state it is not my intent to have this go to any study committee, but to close the loop on whether we continue to engage full engineering or otherwise retract our conceptual gift. I ask you, City Council, is this an ultimatum to you? If we don't get our way, are we going to retract our gift? Do we want this gift? What is the catch? What is the catch to the rest of Portsmouth and our historic downtown? Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Next up is Herb Lloyd on, can't read this, but Herb.
Herb Lloyd, I have no comments.
Oh, no comments. All right. Go back to Mark from the Park on the topic of JC.
Well, let's see if I can get it right this time. How is everybody? This is for you, Mayor, because I know how excited you were.
Got a tough act to follow with Leo and Hippo tonight, but we'll see.
I walked through the county courthouse square. On a park bench, an old man was sitting there. I said, "Your old courthouse is kind of run down." He said, "No, it'll do for our little town." I said, "Your old flagpole is leaned a little bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it." He said, "Have a seat." I sat down. "Is this the first time you've been to our little town?" I said, "I think it is." He said, "I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag." You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware. And it got powder burned the night that Francis Scott Key said, watching it write and say, "Can you see?" And it got a bad rip in New Orleans with Pakenham and Jackson tugging at its seams. And it almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on though. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville, and she got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp and low a time or two. She was in Korea, Vietnam. She went where she was sent by her Uncle Sam. She waved from our ships upon the briny foam, and now they've about quit waving back here at home. In her own good land here, she's been abused. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and she's wearing thin, but she's in good shape for the shape she's in. Because she's been through the fire before. And I believe she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning. We take her down every night. We don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her upright. On second thought, I do like to brag, because I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag.
Look at that, 3 minutes. How's that?
Thank you, Mark, and thanks for Johnny
Enjoyed
Cash.
it.
All right. No speakers on Zoom. I'd wait a motion to suspend the rules and bring forward the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Wait a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Don't we need roll call?
No, because Joe's not on.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor. I also would like to suspend the rules to bring forward item 13C, which is a letter from Seth Berg, simply because he may be sitting here, and I want a motion to refer to the Safe Water Advisory Group.
Okay.
Second. I'll second that. Suspending the rules.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'd wait a motion to send the,
To refer Seth Berg's letter to the Safe Water Advisory Group.
Second.
any discussion? Thank you for the letter, Seth. Councilor Cook?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for reaching out to us. I always appreciate it when we hear from high schoolers, and they share their interests with us.
They don't always footnote, but you did, Seth, so appreciate that as well. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Seth. All right, on to the public hearings and vote on ordinances and/or resolutions. First reading of ordinances. First reading of, do I have the pro forma here? No,
Yeah, it's right there.
this isn't there, but.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. First reading of ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 3, Boards, and Article 4, Commissions and Authorities. I'd await a motion to pass first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading at the August 7th, 2023 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next up, first reading of omnibus ordinance amending Chapter 7, Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking. Amend Chapter 7, Article 3, Traffic Ordinance, Section 7.336A, One-Way Streets, 24 Rains Ave, westerly from Vaughn Street to Maplewood Avenue, 35 Vaughn Street, northerly from Maplewood Ave to Rains Avenue. Amend Chapter 7, Article 4, Section A, Bus Stops and Taxi Cab Stands, Section 7A.408, Taxi Stands Designated. The following areas are hereby designed as taxi stands. A, Pleasant Street, easterly side, first parallel parking space north of State Street. Amend Chapter 7, Article 11, Speed Limits, Section 7.1100, E, speed limits 25 miles an hour. Section 7.1100, speed limits, E, speed limits 25 miles an hour. 7, Islington Street. 10, Middle Road from Beverly Hill Road to Middle Street. 12, Parrott Avenue. 17, Summit Avenue. I'd await a motion to pass first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading at the August 7th, 2023 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Eager. All right. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next is the first reading of ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 6, Loading Zones, Section 7.601, Limited Hour Loading Zones, Sample Motion. Move to pass first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading at the August 7th, 2023 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next is the first reading of ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 10, Towing, Section 7.1004, Towing or immobilization of motor vehicles for non-payment of parking fines. Illegally parked accumulated unpaid parking violations in an amount of excess of $250 on any or all vehicles at the time registered to the owners of said vehicle as shown on the records maintained by the parking clerk. Notice, at any time subsequent to the accumulation of unpaid parking fines in excess of $250 on any or all vehicles at the time registered to the owner of any vehicle or the records maintained by the parking clerk may send a notice by certified mail to registered owner of said vehicle or vehicles at the address of registration. I'd wait a motion to pass first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading at the August 7th, 2023 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's just worth highlighting because the legal speak is a bit confusing. Right now, if you have $150 worth of outstanding fines, we can boot or tow your vehicle. This is raising that limit to $250, so it's providing, let's say, more breathing room before you get booted or towed.
Thanks for that clarification. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, on to the second reading and public hearing of ordinance. Public hearing, second reading of ordinance amending Chapter 10, Article 5A, Character-Based Zoning, Section 10.5A20, Regulating Plan, Subsection 10.5A21.10, Contents of Regulating Plan, Map 10.5A21B, Building Height Standards, Section 100.5A43.30, Building and Story Height, Subsection 10.5A43.33, Section 10.5A43.40, maximum building footprint, subsections 10.5A43.41 through 44, and section 10.5A45, community spaces, subsection figures 10.5A45.10, community spaces, section 10.5A46.20, requirements to receive incentives to the development standards, subsections 10.5A46.21 through 22, and Article 15, definitions, sections 10.1530, terms of general applicability of the ordinance of the City of Portsmouth. I'd wait sample motions to bring forward for consideration the recommended language from the Planning Board submitted under Councilor Moreau's name, and number 2, move to amend the ordinance consistent with Planning Board's recommendations and schedule a public hearing and second reading at the August 7th, 2023 City Council meeting. So first we have a presentation, then we have City Council questions, then we have public hearing, I believe, but there might be substantial changes, so we have to rehold that public hearing in a future. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Susan? Okay. So let's start with the presentation. Then the council questions, then the public hearing speaking. We'll come back to the council questions, but I believe I see Mr. Cracknell rising with the presentation.
I'm still here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, members of the City Council. As you know, it brings me great pleasure to be here tonight to continue this conversation about the amendments to the density incentives in the character districts. What I'm going to present here briefly tonight is a byproduct of the last 4 months, where we've had 3 meetings at the Land Use Committee, we've had 3 meetings at the Planning Board, subsequent to the initial discussion here at the first reading, I think back in early May. So in the spirit of sort of openness to anybody that's unfamiliar with what we've collectively developed in these 8 meetings over 4 months, I'm just going to highlight briefly. I know you have a full agenda and you've split this agenda, so I don't plan on standing here that long, but I want to give you a brief overview of at least the main changes that have resulted from, again, that public discussion review process at both the Land Use Committee and the Planning Board. So with that, if that works for you, I'd like to just jump into the PowerPoint presentation. There are 6 main parts to the density incentives, and it really isn't just the density incentives that these 6 parts relate to, but they were the primary target of the zoning amendment. The first being the overlay districts in the downtown, and all of these are focused on the character districts, which is only downtown Portsmouth. So this doesn't affect the gateway districts on Lafayette or out on Market Street, doesn't affect any other portion of Portsmouth, other than adding some new community space types that can be used in the gateway district. So the incentives are all downtown in our character districts. So the second one is the large building footprints. Again, people doing larger buildings, there's incentives to have a larger footprint to support generally ground floor parking, because there's an inability to provide subsurface parking. There is an incentive for a larger building footprint on the ground floor. And then the third one of 3 are parcels over 1 acre in size that are in the downtown. There are a set of density incentives for those. Again, number 4 is adding what was before you in May was 3 new community space types. The Planning Board, through that discussion and set of work sessions, developed a 4th community space type, and that I'll quickly present tonight. And then part 5, talking about how we might exempt parks, plazas, things like the Market Hall that might sit on top of subterranean parking, that might be higher than 18 inches above grade,
that the building footprint would exempt that volume for spaces that are going to be designated as community space above the subterranean parking. And then lastly, just talk about the building height standard map in relation to Bow Street. There's been a lot of discussion over the past couple of years. We've brought this building height stuff through the City Council, through this council, a year and a half ago. So this is sort of cleanup on that. We looked at it on Congress Street. I think everybody remembers that. So I'll talk about that in part 6. So we'll go to part 1. Again, we have 2 overlay districts that one is in the downtown, the North End Overlay District, which is on the North Mill Pond. You'll see a map of it in the next slide. And the second one is the West End Overlay District, which isn't downtown, but that's our other set of character districts, is over where the Frank Jones Brewery is in the West End. So we'll go to the next slide. There will be a slide that shows them, both those districts. But what happens today with these existing density incentives for both the North End and the West End is that the so-called carrot, I like to call it a carrot, but it's really an incentive. It's what induces a property owner or a developer to seek the density incentive, is that they get an additional height of 1 story or 10 feet, whichever is higher, and they get an increased building footprint depending on the character district they're in. It can go 20,000 square feet in the CD4, which is the second most intensive character district in downtown Portsmouth, or the CD5, it can go to 30,000 square feet from 20,000 square feet. Again, that's the size of the footprint of the building. Those are the incentives. This is already in the books. It's been here since 2013. The requirements, or the stick that is required in order to get that incentive for the taller building or the larger footprint, is a requirement to provide at least 20% of the land area of the parcel as community space. And community space types, which will show up a little bit later in the slideshow, are essentially easements or fee areas on the site that are deeded to the city for public use. So a property owner or developer, or both, has to provide 20% of the land area of the parcel that they're developing as community space, or, the key word is or, they're underlined. Again, the existing code requires the option of either doing the community space at 20% or workforce housing at either 30% for sale or ownership units, or 10% at rental. And we've had no units, no developments come in availing themselves of the workforce housing requirement, probably because it's significantly uneconomic in the current framework at 30%, 10% for rental in the downtown market. Next slide, please. So the proposed changes for the overlay districts. Number 1, I didn't say it on the last slide, but it's an as-of-right condition along the North Mill Pond. There's the 2 districts, the North End, the West End. So any development within those 2 overlay districts that are those dotted lines with the arrows pointed at them, a property owner there can do this incentive for a taller building or a bigger footprint as of right, or without asking for permission from the city in order to do it. So one of the changes that I think is pretty profound with this set of amendments is to shift away from a so-called as of right situation to a conditional use permit issued by the planning board. The planning board will be making a determination through a public process and through a negotiation with the prospective applicant who will be standing in this location as to whether it's a fair trade for the taller building and the bigger footprint in order to grant the so-called incentive or carrot. So the first piece is a conditional use permit. The second is that we're going to require for any development that isn't small, 5 or fewer units, that they provide both community space and workforce housing. So that's a big difference. Today it's one or the other, and I said a minute ago that nobody has taken the workforce housing route. So as a result, we've accumulated no workforce housing within these 2 districts because we've given them the opt-out to the community space. So that would change, and they'd have to provide both. And then we obviously needed to recalibrate the requirement for the community space and the workforce housing so the stick wasn't so regressive that nobody would avail themselves of the conditional use permit, and we would get a smaller development without workforce housing and without community space. So importantly, at the bottom of the slide there in the orange text is the byproduct of the 3 meetings with the planning board and their recommendations, at least as paraphrased by me in this presentation. I think these are the essence and the memo from the legal department identifies these suggested changes. The first just being that if there's a greenway, which is the preference in the current zoning along the North Mill Pond, that the greenway be set back at least 10 feet from any adjacent buildings to provide some buffering for the public access way. There is no requirement today. These are not prioritized. They're just the order of which they're dropped in to the blue text in the amended ordinance. The second was to, again, create an exemption for small projects. 5 or fewer units that are residential in the development will not require workforce housing. Again, that's an equity issue in looking at the financial implications of workforce housing, the subsidy required, and many communities use a 5, 6, 4-unit cutoff to exempt them from the workforce housing requirements. So we're suggesting if you have 5 or fewer units, you don't have to provide workforce housing, and you have to maintain the existing community space requirements, which in this overlay is 20%. But if you're doing 5 or more units, you have to provide the workforce housing in addition to community space. But that community space rate would go from 20% to 10%. Again, to not frighten someone off that this just isn't worth it from an economic standpoint to do the community space and the workforce housing. The planning board recommended that the minimum size of the workforce housing unit be consistent with the ADU, which is 750 square feet. What was proposed and presented to you in May was 600 square feet. So that's where the planning board landed. And then we did see the need of clarifying how rounding of these units works in terms of fractions, and making sure there aren't arguments down the road as to whether a fractional unit rolls up or rolls down. So we've included language in the planning board amendment or recommended amendment to round. And then a reference to the master plan you'll see come up repeatedly. It's a good idea, especially with the issue of the conditional use permit guiding the decision-making process, that it be anchored in the policies, goals, and objectives of the city's master plan. So we'll go to the next slide. It will speed up, I'm sorry. Affected parcels, just for what it's worth, to get a sense. A lot of people think, hey, everything's done. What are we doing? The north end's built out. There's still 111 Maplewood with the Portsmouth Herald building, the parking lot beside it, lot 4 there in the middle of the DSA properties along Deer Street. There's still the Redland Johnson or the Ferguson building and 361 Hanover. So it isn't done, and this is just the north end. There's more properties in the west end that would be affected by this set of zoning amendments. Next slide, please. So that shifting from the overlay districts to the second part here, these are situations where the building owner or the developer would like to receive a density incentive for a larger building footprint. We'll go to the next slide. An example of this would be the AC Hotel. The AC Hotel, its first floor is 40,000 square feet because the parking for that hotel is supported at grade. There was an inability to dig a hole there with the high groundwater and put parking completely under that building. So they sought out the density incentive to have the first floor be 40,000 square feet. And there's a requirement above the first floor, not only that you have a liner building along the street, so we're not staring at parking as you go along the sidewalk, but also all floors above the ground floor cannot exceed 30,000 square feet. That's why there's a cutout in the back of that building. So what happens now, you can be inside or outside the overlay districts to apply for this second incentive. You get the bigger building footprint, so it's not a taller building in this one, it's just a bigger footprint. It does currently require a conditional use permit, so it's not as of right today, it's conditional use. You're required of the liner building, and unlike the overlay, you have to have 30% community space instead of the 20. So it's almost a third of the lot needs to be deeded as one of the 13 types. Next slide, please. So the proposed changes here are, again, to focus on getting a reasonable amount of workforce housing out of some of these projects, because, I mean, the AC Hotel would not be one to produce workforce housing because it's not a housing project, it's a hotel. If they're strictly commercial, they'll still be required to have the 30% community space, but if they are mixed use and have residential in a multifamily framework with 5 or more units above the ground floor, they'd be required to have workforce housing and community space. So the planning board, in going through our discussions with them, very similar to the last set of incentives for the overlay district, we use the cutoff of 5 dwelling units or fewer will not be required to have workforce housing. 5 or more, or 6 or more will. We're going to maintain the 30% community space. You see the brick market there in the lower right. This is the project down on Daniel and Penn Hollow. This used the large building footprint to support the underground parking of that building, similar to the AC Hotel, but it's below grade. All those alleyways you see from the top-down site plan, that actually equals about 33% of the entire land area for the three properties that are tied together there, the former police station and 3 Pleasant Street. All those alleyways are deeded as public access alleyways as part of the conditional use permit for that project. Again, the planning board thought the workforce housing units shouldn't be as small as 600. They are required to be 2-bedroom units under state law. So we know that 2 bedrooms fit in 600 square feet. 600 square feet was the floor, not the ceiling. And I think there was a feeling from some of the planning board members that it was somehow going to be used as a ceiling, not a floor. But that's not the way it's written. The adjustment or recommendation made was that it move up to 750 as a minimum. Again, the rounding and the reference to the master plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so just real quick, you've got the McIntyre property, you've got the Citizen Bank property. I just tried to highlight a few here that could be affected by the 361 Hanover. There is a bank on, I can't remember the name of the bank, on Islington Street that's over 1 acre in lot size. The Makerspace building on Bartlett Street is also over 1 acre, 124 Bartlett Street. There are essentially at least 18 properties currently that can avail themselves of this incentive. And before I forget, it's important to note that this incentive is also as of right. It does not require, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on footprints. The next one is the large lots, sorry, which is this one. Part 3 is the third and final density incentive for large parcels, parcels that are over 1 acre in size. Next slide, please. So if you've got more than 1 acre, and we've only had a couple of these come in the last 8 years since this code's been on the books, 160 Court Street with Portsmouth Housing Authority. The Rains Ave project is over 1 acre because of the assemblage of multiple lots. And I think that's it. But if you have more than 1 acre and you're outside, that's key. You can't be inside an overlay district. If you're outside an overlay district, the north or west end, you can get a taller building, 1 story or 10 feet, and you have to provide 20% community space. It's as of right. So we'll go to the next slide. This is where I've identified at least 18 properties that are in the character districts. Many of them are civic or they're not intensely urbanized areas. But they're all eligible for this potential density incentive. So we'll talk about what came out of the planning board process to sort of whittle that down towards the urban areas. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's proposed and what came to the council? Number one, again, we're trying to get to a conditional use permit. So there's the ability for the city through the planning board and the public process to evaluate whether it's a fair trade when somebody's standing here as a developer to get a taller building, in this case, the other incentives taller and maybe bigger. We are requiring in this third and final incentive that applicants provide both community space and workforce housing if there's multifamily units in the project. Again, these are large developments typically. They have to be on at least 1 acre of land, which is bigger than most in the urbanized areas. So we had to, again, readjust, recalibrate the community space and workforce housing requirements, again, to make it not so uneconomic. Nobody does it. So the planning board recommendations, they're largely repeating some of the suggestions from the previous 2 incentives. But importantly, it was felt that this should really be focused on the CD4W, which is the core of the West End, the CD4 and the CD5, which is the core of the downtown. It's not Court Street. It's not the south side of State Street. It's not the Hill. It's not Nobles Island. It's really around Congress Street, the north end that has the more intensive development. That's where the focus should be if somebody's going to use this incentive. We also thought it would be really helpful when you think of some of the less centered properties to allow for smaller building types. You see the Hill in that image down in the lower right there. There's 16 buildings in there. I don't know if they're all single occupancy. I know they're mixed-use buildings because the ground floor is required to be commercial. But you can't currently do something like that anywhere downtown, and it was felt that, hey, if we're going to have a conditional use permit and somebody comes along with a parcel that would like to do something like that it not require a variance. So there's a suggestion that the smaller building types be allowed, again, through the conditional use permit. There was an original proposal back in May that we allow larger building footprints in order to support, again, these larger projects, and 50,000 square feet was in there, where currently 40 is the maximum in the CD5 and 30 with the incentives in the CD4. There was a suggestion that we had drafted to go to 50,000, and the planning board's recommending that be struck. So that's been removed, at least in the planning board version that's come back to the city council. So again, the workforce housing is required for any multifamily developments of any size in this particular density incentive. And again, the planning board felt the 750 square foot minimum is what it should be, and the rounding requirements and the reference to the master plan. So those are the three, I think those are the three density incentives. We'll go to the next slide. So those arrows just point on my list of 18. All of those are either civic properties, museums, churches, or they're outlying. The Hill is even on there, 404. It's 1.4 acres. So if we make these amendments happen, none of those properties will be eligible for this larger, taller building. And we'll focus on the CD4 and the CD5 and the core of the West End. Next slide, please. Almost done. Part 4. This is, again, the community space types. There's currently 13. Next slide, please. I think you'll see 12 here. The courtyard is the 13th. I just couldn't fit it on the page. These are all in the existing zoning ordinance. So these are examples of the types of community spaces that somebody can propose to meet their obligation for the 20 or 30% community space. Now, I didn't point out what's important in respect to the large parcels. We're not just exclusively focused on workforce housing. The as-of-right situation for the parcels over 1 acre is currently 20% community space, and you get an extra story. Well, we're still providing the extra story in the amendment, but instead of requiring 20% community space, we're requiring 50%. So 50% of the land area for a parcel over 1 acre is required to have one of the existing 13 types, plus potentially, if it's adopted, the 4 additional types that I'm going to show next. So that's a big swing in terms of the sticks or requirements of the incentive for the large parcels. So the next slide shows, I think, the first of 3 that was presented here. A pedestrian passageway is suggested to be added. And essentially that is like a tunnel with entrances that go into the ground floor sidewalls of the building, and usually connect a city sidewalk with a community space or a public space behind the building. So where is it? So there would be like an example of a tunneled area that would carry through into the back of the building, and maybe it would take you to a park or a square. So again, we want to have the ability in certain instances to provide that kind of amenity. And currently, the 13 community space types do not specifically reference a pedestrian passageway that's covered like that and might connect into the buildings. You see a lot of that in Newburyport off State Street, if you can envision some of those tunnels that connect the streets to the back park areas. So what the planning board did is suggest that, hey, we should have a minimum width for that, because it wasn't specified in what was presented in the same manner at the May meeting. So we've clarified what the width is and the quality and character of that space, but it's pretty self-evident from the photo or the rendering there how it works. I'll go to the next slide. So the second one is a public observation deck. I mean, some of these ideas came out of our planning processes looking at a variety of parcels downtown. There were observation decks that were proposed at one point on the Sheridan Hotel property. And the idea here is if there's a parcel and somebody as an applicant wants to propose some of their community space, their obligation be on the roof of one of their either existing or proposed buildings, that they would provide that observation deck with public access. It would be deeded access, and there'd be public elevators and stairwells to get to that space. So we've updated in the planning board process the graphic essentially, and the title, it was public observation deck. We don't need the word public in each of these because they're all public. Next slide, please. The third community space type that was in the original tranche of amendments was the pedestrian arcade, and what we've done again is created a minimum width and better described how that arcade works. And if you look at 4664 Maplewood downtown on the corner of Deer and Maplewood, where the Fidelity office is, there are two arcades there. It's a great alternative that I think a lot of people are going to be interested in because it creates the wide public sidewalk without removal of 3, 4, 5 floors of building above it. The street feels wider. It gives cover. It creates areas of interest, facilitates outdoor dining without blocking a sidewalk. It's got a lot of utility. And again, we're not saying to anybody you have to do any particular one, but when you go to the planning board and negotiate your conditional use permit, there will be a discussion about what are the appropriate community space types for the particular location of the project. Next slide. So that's 3. The fourth one that came out of the planning board conversation was this notion of a shared multimodal way, similar to a shared street. If you think of Chestnut Street and what was done at the music hall, that's a street that supports vehicular traffic at a slow speed. It's really a pedestrian-oriented design in front of the music hall. And this project here on 2 Russell Street that hasn't been built yet has a so-called shared multimodal way along the rail tracks. There will be a fence next to the tracks, but it's a high-quality surface with pavers, not just black asphalt for access to underground parking level, but trying to create a pedestrian amenity that also can be used for fire access, also be used for access to some parking, private access. So through experience, we felt like, boy, it would be good to clear the air and have this as an opportunity moving forward. So that's the fourth and final community space type that we'd like to add to the 13. So there'd be 17 should these be adopted, and that's what someone standing in this position as a property owner would be trying to plug into their 20, 30, or 50% requirement. So next slide. I think part 5 is real simple. Again, I think I covered it earlier. It's the building footprint exemption for the community spaces. Next slide, please. So if you're building a square, these are both projects, not here, that have underground parking underneath that park on the right and underneath that plaza on the left. So the idea is if you build something like that and we get that kind of amenity somewhere downtown, that we would be able to exempt the building below it, which is subgrade but may be elevated from counting as building footprint, because we do have those requirements of 30 and 40,000 square feet. They would easily be, some of these parks that you're looking at there are 20 to 30,000 square foot parks, and they have parking below. Okay, so the last slide, I think, is the last part anyway, is the building height standard map, where all the streets downtown all have individualized maximum building heights. If we go to the next slide, we'll see at the bottom of Bow Street. So that's your building height map there. For all the character districts, there's a lot of different colors. They go with the different maximum building heights, and this is calibrated to the character of the downtown. When we did all these zoning amendments, everything down here was 50 or 60 feet, whether you were on Sheep Street or Market Square, it didn't matter. So we did a very comprehensive analysis of these areas in order to generate maximum building heights that were more commensurate with what's already there for the past couple of hundred years, depending on where you were. So down on Bow Street and Penn Hollow, which is this section here, it's currently orange to sort of match the other side where the Martingale is and the buildings that are on the north side of Bow Street. And that district, that orange line, is currently 2 to 3 stories with a short 4th story. And the fourth, if you think of federal architecture in New England, often the top floor is about 80% of the height of the floors below. So that's what we mean by a short story. So you can essentially get a 4-story building in here. And the green line that covers the rest of the block around Daniel Street and down Chapel is slightly smaller, 5 feet shorter. It's 3 stories instead of the short 4th, or 40 feet. So remember that currently today, a developer of any of those parcels, if they have more than an acre, gets an extra story or 10 feet. So this becomes 55 feet and this becomes 50 today in the existing code. So what we're proposing to do, at least down on this section, if we go to the next slide, is to make the entire block consistent as you go around and simply drop that, the 5 feet, down to a 40-foot like the rest of it. But the density incentive for large parcels would allow up to 15 feet of additional height. Today it's 10, it would go up to 15, so it would essentially be the same thing as what's there. The primary difference being it's not the baseline as of right zoning. You need a conditional use permit to get something taller than that green line. We're not really changing the aggregate, but we're changing the means to get there. Again, giving the public much more protection over the quality and the character and the quantity of building mass and scale and height that goes into that place through the conditional use permit. So in this case, the planning board, I don't believe recommended any changes. They were supportive of the amendment as drafted. So that, I think, completes the 6 parts. I apologize if it was longer than you wanted, but that's how we got here.
Thank you, Nick. Next up, I think we have the city council questions. So any questions? No, Nick, you're going too far on that. Any questions? Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. Maggie and John Randolph have done a number of affordable housing developments, primarily up in Dover, and there was another one announced today with 32 units, and they're 560 square feet. So can you explain the reasoning to require such a large footprint at 750 square feet for the affordable housing?
Well, what was proposed by staff was 600 square feet. And the rationale, so I think the best way to answer it is it's very clear to us, and I think to a lot of people at an increasing rate, how challenging workforce housing is in downtown Portsmouth and how still difficult but much easier it is to do on Lafayette Road, in other economic markets than downtown, meaning the real core areas. I think the West End is even easier than downtown. But it's pretty clear the requirements we currently have don't work because we've gotten 0. The 30% for sale, 10% for rental, and we require the average size unit today in the code be the average size. So if you do 10 units and they average 1,500 square feet, you've got to do 1,500 square foot workforce housing units in the existing code. So that's a deal killer, probably more than anything else. So we did speak to a few people. The main effort here wasn't to try and get all the workforce housing numbers spot on, because the next phase of the land use committee's work with some outside consultants is to better understand the submarkets in Portsmouth between Market Square, the North End, the West End, the Business District, Lafayette, and out Woodbury, because there's probably 4 or 5 different economic marketplaces in order to create viable incentives for workforce housing. So I think what you're going to find is somebody's going to be standing here in the next 6 to 8 months with a zoning amendment for the gateway districts, and they'll come back and probably tweak these numbers when we are equipped and have that study completed by, I think RKG is doing the work on that analysis. So I don't think there's any magic at all to 750 myself. I think 600 is a reasonable floor, because again, that's really important. It's a floor, not a ceiling. It's really hard to get workforce housing to ink out on a balance sheet in downtown Portsmouth. So less is more, and we got rid of the averaging, went with 600 as the floor, and the planning board is recommending 750. I don't know if Beth, you want to add to that, but yeah.
Beth, would you like to add to that?
There was a member or two who really felt like these are supposed to be for families, and a family can't live in 600 square feet. And so we negotiated a higher amount, and it seemed like if a family could live in an ADU, then maybe that was the right size. So without a true market analysis and knowing exactly what size makes sense economically and for the actual people that might be living in them, it's very hard to give you an exact number. I was happy with the 600. I'll deal with the 750. It sort of is what it is. It's until we actually get the study back, we're not going to really have a good idea to tell you exactly what's the right
Well, maybe a follow-up planning board question then for Council Moreau. It's not a ceiling.
It's a minimum.
It's a floor. So ultimately, by changing these to a conditional use from an at-will, those very two same planning board members could make that determination and have that conversation if they don't believe 600 was appropriate versus 750. So we could amend this to bring it back down to 600 since we have had the legal opinion that we need to re-notice this because of changes.
That is correct.
Okay. Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you. I want to thank Nick for all this hard work on this. I know it's not my first time seeing this presentation. It's my first time seeing with the planning board recommendations on it. But I really appreciate this work. I think this all goes to public benefit with more green spaces, making the developers jump through, give us more, give the people of Portsmouth more. But I do want to ask, do you believe that if we kept that at 600 feet, that would get developers more likely to build affordable housing, workforce housing?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Whether you'll get it or not,
Right.
it remains a mystery. But that additional 150 square feet is many, many thousands of dollars to the developer.
So a question on the incentives and Nick, your characterization of the 10% for rental or the 30% for owned did not prove economically viable in the downtown. Is that the only conclusion that we can come from the data since they weren't required to do so? Could we assume that the easier pathway for development was to simply focus on the community space instead of the requirement for affordable units, and considering that this is all a negotiation when it comes to the planning board, we could have the state maximum allowed of 20% and have the developers sing for their supper and explain why that wouldn't work for what they were trying to get in front of the land use boards.
So I would say without a doubt, the opt-out provision of the existing code to do community space, which mutually benefits the project as much as the community, does not have the costs, so high costs associated with creating the workforce housing. So definitely at the top of the list is the fact that it's as of right and it's an or, not an and, just as the mayor said. However, when you just think about 30% for a sale unit, remember the carrot has to outweigh the stick, and we all get that. And it's pretty easy to see when all you're getting, it's not like it's nothing to everyone, but if you have a 4-story building and you're getting a 5th floor, you have a 3-story building and you're getting a 4th floor, and then suddenly you have to have 30% of the units, which are not on the 1st floor because it's commercial, be workforce, that's essentially the whole floor you're getting. And the level of subsidy for the construction cost of putting the floor on is hugely negative. I mean, there's just no way that'll ever ink out without a massive subsidy from a third party, whoever that is, governmental or some nonprofit. So the 30% just doesn't make any sense at all, and we probably shouldn't have. That's on us for putting it in there to begin with in 2014. We did put it in there, I will tell you, as a placeholder, and we just never got around till now to evaluating how far we were on or off the mark. And I would argue we were way off the mark. The 10% for the rental, that's a lot closer, but that again narrows the field. A lot of developers that do mixed-use development don't do affordable housing, don't do workforce housing. So there's a piece of that as a disincentive. So I think, and then having the averaging, if you're doing 14, 15, 1,800 square foot units, and Portsmouth says, well, that's how big they got to be here because that's the language. Again, we muffed it up in 2014, inserting that kind of language in the ordinance because it's hugely punitive. We're talking about 650 to 750 to 600. Most of them need to be double that to meet the average size of any of the other market rate units. So I think we have some huge disincentives that make it impossible to simply go from or to and. We'll never get anything if we do that. So we have to recalibrate them. We will come back later and get better numbers when the market analysis is done and we understand the submarkets better. But I think we're a lot closer to where we need to be with what's here today. And I think the 600 is a better starting point. And I'll bet if we go with 750, we'll be back with 600 when that market study is done. And remember, it has to be 2 bedrooms, even at 600. So it's not being designed as a micro apartment or a studio. That's not allowed to count as a workforce housing unit. It has to be at least 2 bedrooms.
Councilor Bagger.
Thank you, Your Honor. And your question kind of brought up to me, ownership seems better than rentals, just intrinsically, but that may not be correct. And it may be that we set it at 30% because we wanted that many more ownership units, but of course we've seen none in 9 years. So I guess I would support lowering that ownership threshold from 30% to, whatever number, so we can at least get a few units rather than a sky number.
We've done that. There's no 30 in. That's the existing code today. We're just talking about the barriers today of the 30% for the sale units and 10% for the. We've got different ratios. We did recalibrate for each of the 3 incentives the amount of workforce housing, and it's significantly lower.
Did we lower it to 10%? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're
Okay,
5%
for
for
20
and we're
some reason.
5% for rental in the large parcel category, the 3rd incentive. Yeah, they've all been lowered.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Nick, for all the work on this. In terms of the open spaces and the 50% requirement, there's some exciting possibilities there. But some of that open space is more costly to a developer and maybe something that he would want to do less than hardscape on the ground or a simple park. So how does the planning board, do they have the negotiating flexibility to go for higher value to the public open space? Is there any kind of hierarchy we have for that, or any way to ensure that the planning board gets the best for the public? I think of, for example, a observation deck that has a view of the whole city is more value to the public than a simple hardscape plaza on the ground.
So the answer to that is there's no weighing of the community space types in the ordinance. And I think the rationale for that is it's virtually impossible to do that. Some things are going to be extremely obvious. If you're on the waterfront and you can see 4 miles from the top of the building roof, that's going to bubble to the top for 9 out of 10 people, right? But if you're 4 seats back and there's some taller buildings in front of you, and all of a sudden you have this opportunity to create this really active public space, something like parts of Market Square that are extremely valuable, not necessarily expensive to create, other than the building above the ground they wipe out, right, because they go to the sky, versus an arcade, which allows some development above the arcade. I think the conditional use permit sets up a reasonable conversation between the person standing here and the planning board members sitting there to come up with the most appropriate trade for the incentive on a case-by-case basis, because I think it's really difficult to assign weights. Some of them look cheaper than they are. You can create a park that's really expensive, that's just flat, and you can create a park that's really cheap in that same space. So that's kind of on, in my opinion, on the planning board members to roll up their sleeves and force whoever's standing here to do the best job they can without getting the person standing here to say, sorry, I'm no longer interested in the conditional use permit because we pushed too far. It's a process that's going to take time and back and forth, but I think it'll work. If it doesn't, someone will be back here from the planning staff to change it because you want it done.
Thanks.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to add a voice to, another voice to lowering that standard to 600 square feet. I know it seems like, for those listening, it seems like a small apartment. I have personal experience living in a 2-bedroom apartment that was actually a little smaller than 600 square feet. And I had neighbors across the hall who lived in an identical apartment with 2 children. So I know it's absolutely feasible. And the idea of creating more housing is valuable to me. I think it's really important to our community to have more housing, even if it's smaller apartments. So.
Yeah. And to Councilor Tabor's point, I think that same negotiation will go on, and I think the mayor pointed it out earlier. If somebody's coming in here to do 42,000 square foot units, and then they say, well, I'll give you your 10%, they're all going to be 600, odds are the planning board is going to take some offense to that. And I think there will be more equity imposed on the person standing here than just accepting the bare bones minimum under a conditional use permit. So again, I think it relates to the place, the quality, the character, the quantity of units that are being proposed by the person standing here.
So I guess I have I guess an issue with, we're assuming that it's uneconomical to require higher percentages. And you may well be right, but we don't know that yet. And we don't know what type of bargain we'd get out of the planning board if we simply raised it to the state maximum and then had that conversation with the planning board. I guess I don't really understand why we wouldn't put it to the state maximum for these to then see what the developer would come up with in front of the planning board and let the planning board in their quasi-judicial role decide whether or not that is worth it or not. Because the alternative is lower, smaller buildings, which probably don't offend too many people in Portsmouth.
But they're an opportunity cost. I mean, if you're going to grow as a community, if the community has decided, as we had in the charrette processes, that a 5-story building was acceptable to most people in the time that North End was done, or the downtown was done, or the West End was done. If the ceiling has support in the community, meaning what the maximum theoretical height would be, there's a potential loss of volume if your sticks outweigh your carrots. And I think because then they aren't going to build that taller building, and you won't add to it later. These buildings are not like 100-year-old buildings that you'll see in urban environments that might have something stuck on top of it 60 years after they're built. These buildings probably won't last 50 years. So someone will be doing it again in 50 years. But that aside, the state minimum, okay, you're looking at all of New Hampshire. You talk about market analysis in all of New Hampshire. There's nothing like downtown Portsmouth in all of New Hampshire. So you've got a high-cost environment. The highest cost environment in the state of New Hampshire is right here. You then have a community that says, well, we don't just want workforce housing. We want good community space. We want good urban space. We want to have these passageways. We want to have something. Well, we're requiring in all these amendments to still have some community space, not just workforce housing. We want it shared. We want a better distribution between the two, because right now it's 0 and 100. So we're looking for something with better parity. That's a cost to the applicant that goes into the stick category. And so I think the only way you could effectively get anywhere near, this is just my best educated guess, the only way you could get close to 20% requirement is to lower much more the underlying density, so that the carrot, the density bonus is far more than 10 feet in 1 story. It probably has to be at least 2, if not more stories. So in order to not go to 6 floors, which won't work in podium construction, we figured that out with the AC Hotel, you're stuck at 5 or less. So you'd have to go to 2 or 3 stories as your base and make sure your carrot is so enticing to get to 20%. But boy, if you get it wrong, then you're stuck with a lot of stubby buildings and no other real estate to put that volume you've given up by guessing. I think this is a good start, and Deglin, let's get the market study done, bring it back to you, If 20% is supported in the downtown, it might be in the West End. I doubt it'll ever be supported in the downtown unless you ditch all the other things you want out of a project. You want a high-quality building. That finishes another 10-15% cost on the balance sheet to provide the kind of skin on the buildings that people want in Portsmouth because it's in a historic district, because it's a historic seaport. All these are strikes that push up against that state minimum and the financial feasibility of workforce housing, at least there. And let's keep in mind, the place to really make huge gains in workforce housing is not in the immediate downtown of Portsmouth in this high-cost environment with a historic district. It's outside that area. But
well, you're right. This is certainly most expensive real estate. I think it underlies the point that we do need the affordable units in the downtown as well. And it's I would much rather see us be able to have the planning board, in their wisdom, make the decisions to roll back than not give them the type of sticks that they could be using to require the most affordable units that we could here. And so I guess I understand all your points, but there's the ordinance, and then there's how it's implemented, and changing to the process from at right to needing to go before the land use board seems like that deflects that hard and fast 20%, but allows the developer to make their best effort to solve, as some developers are choosing to do, even outside of their requirement, as we see with the recent restaurant closure.
so whatever you make the minimum, it's required. It's not negotiable. So if you make it 10% or you make it 20%, you make it 30%. Just because you have a conditional use permit, there's no language in this ordinance that allows the planning board to say, well, we wanted 30, but we'll take 15 because you've demonstrated you can't afford 30. There's no waiver provision here. These are minimums, not maximums. So if it's at 10% for a 1 acre parcel for a sale unit, and the planning board wants to see if they can get to 12 or 15, they have a right to have that conversation, but they can't get to 8 or 5. These are minimums, these numbers in here. They're not negotiable other than perhaps getting a higher number through negotiation, but you can't lower it. It's not a West End Yards situation here. There's no provision in here for the planning board to waive the amount of affordability. You'd need a variance from the Board of Adjustment to get these numbers waived. I don't know if that was understood, but I want everybody to understand that. These numbers are hard and fast. That's why if you go too high, you'll never get it, because then you've got to send someone to the Board of Adjustment to get a lower number, and good luck with that.
It seems as though we could, what is being presented to us is let's lower the numbers and require it and see if they build on it. And we'll wait for the study to see if we could raise it. Instead of let's keep the numbers and require it, and let's see if the study tells us that we should lower it. And for us, it seems, at least from my position, it seems like we should try to change one data point at a time. And the data point that we could change is require the or to an and see how that sticks. And then, from the market study, see if we can change, if we need to change the number to a lower number in order to incentivize it. We've waited nearly 10 years to make the change, so I'm not exactly super confident that it's going to be a rapid, fast fall of a change, regardless of what the statement says. And with the amount of money and investment that's coming into Portsmouth, those higher end rents are going to continue to go higher. So it might not support it in this year, but to say that it's not going to support it in 3 years or 4 years, given the the pace of change, seems like it might very quickly. And I would be hesitant to pass something that lowered as well as required two different things. So I guess it's hard to support the idea of lowering the amount and requiring it. I don't know. Probably maybe a loan on
Well,
that.
just know there's no requirement today. So you could make the number anything you want. It's not a requirement today, and that is what this amendment is going to do. And I think, as Councilor Moreau said, you will have somebody back here within 8 months equipped with the market study that's going to put more appropriate data-backed numbers in the ordinance. And I think the likelihood of you looking at any significant development in the next 6 to 8 months, like we've seen in the last 10 years, is pretty remote. But it's important to do something as a stopgap measure in that 8-month window before somebody can come in equipped with, because none of us have it. No one in the room has that data. We'd like to get some workforce housing should a development come along in the next 6 to 8 months. Right now, we are almost 100% certain we will get none because it's not required. So, and I think we'd be 99% certain we will get none if we simply require the numbers we currently have as options. They're too high for the downtown. That's.
Councilor Bagley?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think one other point that's worth considering is 4 apartments at 750 square feet is 5 apartments at 600 square feet. And if you have a chance to build 5 instead of 4, that's one additional family that gets to live in Portsmouth. But it's also one additional rental income stream that gets to defray the cost of building. So by having these smaller square footage apartments, you're kind of attacking this carrot in 2 different ways. One, you've added an additional rental stream for the same footprint of building. But 2, you've also added an additional place for a family to live. So I would support the 600 square feet over the 750.
Yeah, I guess I would support that too. I just don't, it seems like if we're going to get a market study out of this, we should change less than we need to see if there's any projects that come through and require both. Councilor Moreau?
I just think you're just not going to get any that want the incentives, period. It's not going to be an incentive, it's going to be a decentive, and it's going to take away. That would be my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Councilor Blaylock?
Your Honor, I'm going to have to agree with Councilor Moreau on that. I don't think it would be any change. I think we'd be like, oh, we didn't change enough, and we just wasted, I think this is the right way to go.
I still think that if we can make the change in the future, it's difficult to say that we're going to lower the percentages of affordability here as a requirement to see before we find out what we're going to get from that. It's a tough ask to say that we're going to lower from 20% to 10%. And I'm fine with the 30% going on the rental, or the sale. But from a 20% standpoint, I think it's a tough ask to say that we're going to go down to 10% without finding out, what projects, what we hear from the land use boards, if anybody applies for a variance on that. I mean, it's not like there's a ton of projects here. And to say that we're not going to do as much as we can because of the argument that it's the most costly part of the state, well, I'd say that's the reason why we have to do as much as we can.
Parliamentary inquiry. Would we first hear public comment and then make any motions to amend if we were
Yeah,
to
probably.
do so?
Yep. All right. Guess we'll open the public comment, the public hearing, and then additional council questions. So rise up and speak to the public hearing, second reading of all the stuff that took me 5 minutes to read before.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. I guess I'm really confused. I have been watching the Land Use Board in action. I watched the Planning Board in action on this one. And then I read the packet, and none of what the Planning Board had said is in there. So I do hope, and I guess I would like to hear the council commit that they'll keep the public hearing open, or else I can go through my whole litany of what I was going to say about, but it was based on what was in the packet, and it sounds like, according to Nick's presentation, the packet, or what the planning board had brought up will be in there. So I'm very confused, so I guess I would ask that you vote to continue the public hearing, and then we don't have to go in a litany of stuff tonight, and you only have to hear it once.
Esther, it was in the packet twice. First as the minutes of the last packet, but at the end of the packet shows the proposed changes that are inclusive of the planning board's recommendations. So there's two, it's all the way at the end, but the planning board's recommendations are listed in blue at the end of the packet.
All right, well, I missed that as a citizen in the city, so I guess I would hope that maybe that would be brought up again, and I will look at the end. With that said, then, are we looking at what the planning board changes they made, or are we looking at the original?
We will bring up as a part of the additional council questions and deliberations the item under Councilor Moreau's name that include the planning board recommended amendments to our amendments to the ordinance changes.
Okay, so are we looking at 40 feet or 50 feet?
We are looking at 40 feet. We are looking at taking away the 50,000 square foot. We're looking at 750 versus 600. That's subject probably to change back based on conversation so far. We're looking at the original percentages that was approved by both the councils in the first draft and the planning board. So all of the things that I think you are looking to have under the litany.
Well, I don't know if I agree with all of it, but I was just saying that I just was hoping that we were following the process, and the planning board went through it, and I didn't see that was what we were looking at for tonight, so I guess that might be on me, but I do hope that we make it clear, because there were two running records in there in the packet that made it very confusing. As far as the 670, 750, one of the things I want you to consider is that if we truly are looking at families, you know, what is the incentive for the developers to build for families? And one of the incentives that has to be is a 2-bedroom. You know, I know Councilor Cook said that she lived in a small place with her husband, and I know a lot of those kind of dorm living graduate facilities that might take place, and yes, but to live as a family, if we truly want families here, now if we want single individuals or retired people, then go for it, 600. People can live in tiny houses. But I question the family. And can you really live in a 2-bedroom house appropriately at 600 feet? I don't think so. I mean, it was interesting when we were looking at accessory units. That was a big conversation by you all going the other way. You wanted them bigger. You wanted them more appropriate. And I guess let's get a plan here, folks. And I would really question, what's the quality of life of a family living in a 600 unit versus a family living in a 750 unit? And if we start really putting things in our zoning to mandate, I look at what Dover has done. They are mandating these developers to look at units, workforce housing. And maybe that's what we should be talking about. And the other thing is, if we're waiting for a plan from another organization, a contractor, a consultant, why are we doing this without that plan? Just to go back and revisit it? That sounds like a mixed message. So I would just, if we're waiting for something, maybe we can encourage that to be done completely a little bit faster and be part of this conversation. And I know when contractors are asked, they usually can meet a timeline. And maybe they weren't given a timeline, but maybe it's time to give them a timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther.
Peter Huda, 280 South Street. So I think, Mr. Mayor, you cleared up what we're looking at tonight, and that the reason the both of these are in the packet, one in the front and one in the back. The thing that's still not clear to me is which one are you going to vote on tonight, or what is the process here that we're going to see as residents?
So I will clarify that. Usually not a dialogue, but this is a process question. So what we have is second reading of the proposed ordinance changes after they went to the planning board for a recommendation back. Because those planning board changes were deemed to be a significant departure from what we sent to the planning board, they are going to require a separate hearing on them. Under the additional council questions and deliberations, we will suspend the rules and bring up Councilor Moreau's item under her name, which includes the planning board recommendation, which is highlighted in your packet in blue as compared to red, and deliberate those. Potential changes could be made per the 600, 750. I think the other questions that I had is probably DOA, but that's where the process will be. So for anybody, folks following at home, there will be a redoing of the public hearing at another future council meeting, because the changes will be substantial enough that we'll require to do so, and we'll have to set that at a date certain. We could do that at the 24th as a separate public hearing, or maybe not, I don't know. We can't do it as a continuation, but we could set it at the same time if we want to continue on that. But that's the process. So regardless, you'll have another opportunity to Councilor Kennedy's question, whether you missed it or not in the packet or we didn't explain it, to opine on this publicly.
Okay, so based on that, I think I'm looking at the second part of what's in here, and that's what you're going to be looking at. So based on that, I have some questions. The first one is, in looking at the various different proposals coming forward, they are not really in compliance with RSA 674-58-4. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to bring to your attention, and this just seems kind of weird, but your discussion of the new community spaces. I still have a problem with some of these community spaces, like who's going to use a tunnel underneath and what part of the community is going to benefit from that. But the big thing that is a little disturbing to me is, and when you have permitted districts, you have all districts. That tells me it's including residential. So I would ask you to change that, or just list the districts that should be in there. I guess the other thing is, next time we do this, for all of us who are looking at this, it would be great to have this ahead of time and with a final, what is going to come to the council for a reading. Because it was very, very, very confusing to someone who's been through all these meetings, and I'm sure people watching at home are just flipping off because it's just not understandable. So that's all I have to say for tonight, but I await the final, and I ask you again, when you're looking at workforce housing, and Mayor, I would go back to your original request that was sent to the Land Use Committee. Do we really need incentives and more incentives for the developer, or do we really need workforce housing? And just like Dover is doing, they are requiring it. So do we need the sticks, the carrots and the sticks here, or is it time to just say, we want workforce housing, and this is how we think we could get it? Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Page Trace, 27 Hancock Street. 15 feet for the first floor. Sounds suspiciously like one of the two plans that were recently done for the McIntyre, where the first and second floor became one with an atrium. 15 feet for the first floor automatically gives you an extra 5 feet, and still you can have 3 or 4 stories. It does give you that extra 5 feet. As to 600 square feet versus 750 square feet, I too attended the planning board meeting. I was the one, in full disclosure, who suggested that 50,000 square feet was a Walmart. I still believe that 50,000 square feet is a small Walmart. Target, Home Depot, take your pick. So at least getting it down to 40,000 square feet is a great idea. I realize this is a work in progress, and I realize that Nick Cracknell has kindly come back here to help you all out. I also realize it's a very confusing topic. And if it's confusing to you all, imagine what it's like to the average resident. Because it's certainly not being given out in common English frequently. So when things do hit the packet, having it twice with red, blue, green, yellow, pick your color. It's confusing. Come on. So you expect people to speak about it. They're confused to begin with. Then you switch it. Then you bring it back. So my question to you is, if you take the square footage of the affordable housing or workforce housing that you might ask a developer for, and you take it back to 600 square feet, does that no longer make it major changes? Or does it still have to come back? And then I say to you, the 600 to 750 square foot change, as Councilor Moreau would know, came from a planning board member who actually was thinking about the dignity of a family of 4 in a 2-bedroom apartment. And she seriously felt that 750 square feet was where it was at for a family of 4. Now, we talk about dignity for our workforce and their housing, and yet you all are just taking the 150 square feet as if it's nothing and wiping it off the map. Are you all living in that 600 square feet? With all due respect, let's think about the workforce that we're trying to put into housing in Portsmouth. Whether we get workforce housing here or not is another story. Hopefully someday there will be a developer who will do it. In the meantime, let's think about the dignity of those people who might be living there. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Any other public comment?
We have
The
one on
public
Zoom,
hearing.
Your Honor.
None? Oh, one on Zoom.
Yep. Sarah and Lincoln Silverman.
Floor is yours, Sarah and Lincoln.
Hi, my name is Sarah Silverman. We're at 171 Willard Avenue. I'm here with my son, Lincoln Silverman, who is 13 years old. We are listening tonight because we are working on the communications merit badge that is required for Eagle Scout. And we felt passionate about this discussion. Lincoln?
So me and my mom just measured how much 600 square feet would be, and we felt if my sister and I were toddlers that it would be pretty good. But now that I'm 13 and my sister and I are in middle school, I think that would be a tough fit for a family of 4.
And that's all. I think that's all that we wanted to say was that the square footage seems tight for a family of 4, but we are enjoying the conversation and hope that this city council comes to a good resolution on this.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
And thank you, Lincoln. Good luck on the Eagle Scout.
Thanks.
Any other discussion or public speakers? Okay, we are closing the public hearing, knowing that we will likely, or we will have to, hold another public hearing. Additional questions and/or deliberations? Councilor Moreau.
Since everyone's staring at me right now. So yes, it just a little bit on the process of what we followed, because we were trying to get this done in a relatively, concise period of time, and we had requested this to come back for second reading at a specific meeting, and based off of when the notice has to go out. We had to have that notice sent out before the last, it's based off of when the paper's published and all of that. So that is why the notice went out and why we did it this way. So it wasn't to confuse anyone. It wasn't to make anything more difficult. It was just in order to be able to keep the process moving forward. So I wanted to start with that. The planning board did spend a lot of time on a lot of these. I think the one thing that's totally not controversial would be the building height, because in the end we're keeping it the same. We're reducing the size of what it can build by right, but we're increasing the incentives. So in that respect, it's all the same. I mean, the major changes, other than a lot of language, is the added community space, the addition of being community space plus workforce housing. I get we might not know exactly what the numbers are, but based off of my 10 years on the planning board and never seeing even one developer want to consider giving us workforce housing, I think that if we ask for both, we'll probably get nothing. So I think I would rather, for the moment, until we do have a market study that is probably not even going to be close to being to us until the beginning of next year, to be able to try to get something and see if something happens. We always thought we would have to go back and look at this, especially after we did the both in the West End, and that has been somewhat successful in the West End. And the percentage numbers might be higher there, but I think that the West End is a different animal as far as economics go. So in the downtown, I get it's a smaller number, which doesn't make some people happy, but I think it's our best chance of getting the possibility of somebody taking advantage of this versus everybody just taking a pass. So I feel like we should, and I don't know if we need to suspend the rules. Someone's going to have to help me out with this. Suspend the rules to bring forward the changes that I put under my name and have those considered, and then make a motion as to whether or not what we do with these for the next reading and do that, correct?
So you would suspend the rules to bring forward the item under your name, and then from there you would ask for a motion to supplant the planning board recommendations into the ordinance or some other language, and then we would either approve that or further amend that with other changes that we may or may not make to the planning board. And at that point, we would require to set a date for a second reading. For that these changes are considered significant by the legal department.
So first, we'll suspend the rules. I will make a motion to suspend the rules to bring forward the items under my name.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Councilor Moreau, you have the floor.
As I've been talking about, the planning board met several times to talk about the changes. There have been several additions and some subtractions to what had originally been noticed here, and then sent for a recommendation. Their recommendation is the portion that is under my name, and it's at the very end of the packet for people who are looking for it. And it's a lot of the stuff that Nick was talking about in his presentation as far as the additional changes moving forward. The one, I would say that other than this 600 to 750 square feet, the one sort of biggest change would be the addition of an entire shared multimodal way. This was, we talked about it as a shared street. There was a lot of conversation back and forth as to whether or not street was the right word. I love modal, so I decided to go with multimodal because you can walk on it, you can bike on it, you can drive on it, you can do a lot of things. So trying to do an area that would, be helpful. There was indeed actually a whole nother community space brought forward at the planning board, but we pulled that back for them to work on more because it's going to be a bit more complicated to come up with some definitions before we can bring that back to city council. So know that there is yet another that they're working on. So based off of what the planning board looked at, I'm certainly happy to stand behind the recommendations here and to request that we have, I believe, another second reading at a time determined on this aspect, unless somebody has another thought about what's been brought forward.
Councilor Lombardi?
A couple things. I think this is good. I think that what you've come up with and the planning board has come up with is a good start. And I tend to agree with the 600 square foot space, and I also like the multimodal proposals in this. I think that's kind of very useful type of community space. So I'll say that, and then also just a typo is, I believe, on building footprint in the definitions. Looks like the T to the word the is crossed out, the red T.
I don't know what page you're on. There's a lot of T's.
10.1530, general terms. Page 260.
No, sorry, I'm not looking.
That last page.
In the red.
Oh no, they put in a capitalized, yeah. It's,
I know, but it's crossed
yeah, I
out.
don't know why it has the line through it, but it's supposed to be a capitalized, yeah.
Fine. But other than that, I think it's a very good proposal. And thank you for it.
So, point of order, Your Honor. I think the proper motion would be to move to accept the planning board's amendments to the initial amendments that were brought forward.
Before
That way-
making any other additional amendments?
Right.
Okay. I'd wait a motion to adopt the planning board amendments as presented.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion on that? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a motion on the floor, or is there any motion to make any changes to the planning board amendments?
Is that motion already active from Councilor Moreau?
The one that I did?
I don't
She
believe
didn't make a
I
motion.
only,
She
I only
motioned it.
suspended
Okay,
the rules
all right.
to bring
Yep.
it forward and talk
So
about it.
we now are working off of the planning board changes
Right.
to our initial request for recommendations. And so for folks that haven't tuned out, it is the red and the blue part of your packet. So if you were to make, as discussed, here the question and debate on 700 versus 600, this would be the time to make
To
that
make
motion.
it, before we actually make a motion to bring it back for second reading.
Correct.
I'll make a motion to change from 700 to 600. and to correct
750
the
to
T.
600.
And to correct it. We'll leave the typos to the.
Legal department can fix that.
Second.
Any discussion?
I feel like there should be some discussion. I mean, it'll probably come back with a lot of pushback from planning board members, at least, I would assume. I do sort of feel like if you're young and you have small children, 600 square feet is doable. But I think that's kind of the intention. It's not for, people that are that far along in their life when it's a workforce housing unit. I'm assuming they either have less children or they have small children. They're starting out. So I guess I don't see it as a huge problem, but maybe someone could make the case to me that it would be. I see it more economical. So I guess from looking at it from that point of view, we might actually get more units, and that's probably a positive.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to piggyback off of Councilor Moreau's point, Tom Emerson of Kittery often brings up, during our lifetimes, it's a very short period of time when we have children that are, say, between the ages of 10 and 25, let's say. So I think it's something like 17.5% of households are with school-age children. So when we think about, families, it's important to remember that over the course of a lifetime, that family size grows and shrinks, and we shouldn't assume that a 4-person family is always going to be a 4-person family, and that the actual need for housing is not necessarily the traditional 4-bedroom that we used to think of when I was growing up.
Councilor Tabor, then Councilor Denton.
I think we have to remember that the critical need we have in housing is families, not younger adults or couples without children. So how do we best address that? And it seems to me that addressing it with 750 feet, as the planning board has recommended to us, makes the most sense to accommodate the missing middle, the families that we really need to do something for. And I also think that it's not an economic burden on a developer because, as the mayor's pointed out, the for-market rates more than make up for the lost revenue, the way that they're climbing. So I think if we want to create affordable housing for families, the 750 feet argues to me to be the best.
Councilor Denton.
I'll make 2 quick points in support of the 600 square feet. The first one is affordable housing is not supposed to be permanent. It's supposed to help people get their foot in the door so they can move on and someone else can move in. And the majority of the homes at Atlantic Heights, which is a very enviable neighborhood to live in for families, are under 600 feet.
Councilor Bowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, and I just reiterate that this is the floor, not the ceiling. And I wouldn't want our stipulations to get in the way of a family that would want to move into a situation like that because, but, the fact that it is a floor, not a ceiling, I'm going to be supportive of the 600.
Councilor Bowe. I will too support moving it to 600. Had the benefit of joining the co-op on Woodbury, 2-bedroom there, 573 square feet, and I think they're all under contract now. It's tough to discuss imaginary people moving into Portsmouth, and we can discuss the ideal scenario for a family moving in, but there's a lot of circumstances that would economically benefit the 600 versus the 750 from a feasibility standpoint. And I'd like to have more people, even if it's a little tighter, give them the option to do so than to take that option away. So I'll be supportive of that. I guess we'll do a roll call.
Councilor Tabor?
This is for an amendment to 600.
Correct.
Okay. No.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Moreau?
Yes.
Councilor Bagley?
Yes.
Councilor Lombardi?
Yes.
Councilor Blaylock?
Yes.
Councilor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1.
Councilor Moreau.
Now we need a motion to schedule second reading, unless there's
Public hearing. and
public
second
hearing
reading.
and a second reading as amended. And can we do it for August?
We don't have enough clear days. We don't.
Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. What is the date?
The August 7th city council meeting.
August
We don't
7th.
have enough clear days to have a separate meeting for the 24th?
It's because of the notice in the paper.
They changed the deadlines for noticing in the paper. It requires more time.
More than 2 weeks.
So I will make a motion to have second reading on the ordinance as amended on August 7th, 2023.
Second.
I think I did that right.
Any discussion? And I guess a parliamentary inquiry. Would a percent change be a substantial change in a second reading from 5% to 10%?
For which provision?
For the provision of rental
Workforce
units under affordable housing. Or for that matter, would a substantial change be 600, which is probably a greater percentage change, 600 to 750?
Which is why we're noticing again.
Yeah.
It is.
Wait,
Oh,
we're
wait.
noticing,
Oh, I-
we can't be noticing again
Right.
if it's 650 to 750.
It's
or
the
600.
it's the new community space that was never noticed the first time.
Okay. So would I guess if we, we probably, would changing the 750 to 600 require or for that matter, changing the 10% or 5% to 10% be a noticing change at the second reading?
I believe so. It changes it substantially. The intent and the operation of the ordinance is the way I would look at it.
Would the converse going from 10% to 5% be a?
Yes. If you want to amend it further,
I would say for-
I'd suggest you do it tonight. So that the version that is publicized and goes to the next second reading can be in the proper form for your vote that night and for public discussion.
But still couldn't change it then back.
You could change it, but if it's a substantial change, then it'll have to go through the process again.
It'll take another month.
Right.
Okay. Don't think that I have the votes to get to 10% on this. I still have strong reservations on not requiring at least the rental units to be at 10%, since we don't know what that change is going to make. And everybody could be right, and it was the 10%, or we could have got that and we didn't go for it, and we won't know. And that's a tough pill to swallow. Since we're making a pretty substantial change, would like to take that a little bit slower and make one change at a time and see if we continue not to get any affordable units. But I don't sense that is the will of the council.
Question? You're talking about, because before you were talking about changing the sales from 10 to 20. Now you're talking about, are you only
I
talking
guess
about rentals from 5 to 10?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, what just really, that's the tough part. I think that we have moved from 10% down to 5% from a rental standpoint. When it was at, I think, was that for development more than 5 dwelling units, the development shall have at least 10% of dwelling units within the building shall be workforce housing units in compliance with state law, for either 10% for proposed sale dwelling units. So I guess I don't really understand how that goes from 10% and then to 5% for the planning board change.
So, first of all, it's triggered, you have to have more than 5 units in order to trigger needing workforce housing as part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Under that, you would give us more community space. It is, and I'm sure the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there is a difference in the percentage at even the state statute as far as you always typically require a bigger percentage for sale units because it's less of a burden on the developer because they only take the hit once when they sell. It's a burden then to future owners who then can only sell it for that level at certain, market rates or under the market rates for a period of time. On the rentals, if they're renting them, then they're taking that hit for the full period of time that they are there, so 30 years. So I think that is the rationale behind why rental units, you don't require quite as many of them as you do in a sale. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But we're not bound by state law to make that difference apparent. If we feel like 10% for sale and then we get 10% for sale and it's an easier than 10% for rental, like they can choose the 10% for sale and good on them. But we could also have more units that are, I just don't know why we would necessarily lower the 5% to 5% just to make the 10% look more attractive. I don't quite understand why we're moving down.
I think it's just more of making them equal. So you have just as much chance of getting one as the other.
Why would we want that?
They're always going to choose one option, Your Honor. If one option is always better than the other, they're never going to choose a second option.
Sure, I would definitely agree. But if one option is 10% and one option is 5%, I guess I would rather both of those options be 10%, because we'd get 10% of the units. Maybe Nick wants to answer.
I'll try. I think if you make them both 10%, what Councilor Bladelock and Moreau are saying is correct. The RSA already tries to equalize and create parity between the cost to a developer of providing a rental unit versus a sale unit. If you make them both 10%, you will never get a rental unit. So you may have a right locally to make them both 10, but you will be assuring we will never get rental units because the financial burden of the 10% rental units will greatly exceed the financial burden to the developer of the sale units because of the way it's amortized over the life of the restriction.
Okay, but what I just heard is that if we raise the rental to 10%, we can guarantee that we would get 10% versus 5% or 10% when those are both equal.
But you'll never get a rental unit, and the profile of the people in the community that need rental versus ownership are very different. The actual tenant that will be in the unit, their needs are, again, in the RSA reflected in market rents and their ability to pay. You will not get any rental units. So if Portsmouth does not want to create, if the 10% is such a sacrosanct number, you are going to only get sale units and no rental units if you do that, because you've made it hugely uneconomic to do any rental units. That's why it's broken down the way it is in the state statute. And it's broken down, I bet you probably won't find any cities or towns that make them both the same. But I can't guarantee that. But if you make them the same, one could feel good about getting 10% every time, but you're never going to get rental housing under that program because it's far more expensive for the person standing here.
Okay, but we'd have, I understand that maybe we want to prefer renters over owners, but the amount of people that would be living at an affordable unit would be greater. Okay.
Yep.
Councilor Dunn.
Nick, if we increased both by 5%, so it's 10% renters, 15% owners, would that still meet the statute as far as, well, I guess not meet the statute, but that would meet the concern that people would be not just going for the less expensive, which is the owners, if they're both 10%?
If you make them both 10%, you will only get ownership if you make them 15 and what?
10 and 15.
Then
10
you've
for
already
renters,
broken
15.
the 2-to-1 ratio. So as soon as you deviate from the 2-to-1 ratio, you're putting your finger on the scale. And you have a right to do that, but you're choosing whatever you're putting your finger on the scale for. And keep in mind with the 1-acre lots, we're talking a lot here about the stick of workforce housing, the requirement, and that we want to make sure we get some. And maybe more than the sum we're actually proposing. We're going from 20% community space to 50% community space in respect to the large lots. So that's not an insignificant financial burden that we are testing in the market to see if we can actually achieve it. A lot of this is guesswork. And it is guesswork because downtown you have 450 properties and they're all a little bit different. So we're trying to homogenize some code here with some numbers, and that's why we have 3 different incentives and they apply in different areas. We're trying to be surgical in our code, but there's still a lot of gray area as you move across the geographic space and the time factor in allocating the carrot and the stick. So we're putting, in respect to large parcels, a pretty good financial hit on an applicant to go from 20% to 50%. And then we're saying, hey, while you're there, you've got to do some workforce housing, which they don't have to do today. And that's why I think it's better to put your toe in the water and see what you can get than, throw yourself in the water and get nothing, which is what we did in 2013. We've had 8 years and we've gotten nothing. Yes, I agree that the biggest disincentive was that it wasn't a requirement. But I think if you simply hit the switch and said it's an and, not an or, we'll get nothing of any consequence. We'll get no community space and we'll get no workforce housing. Why? Because we said and, not or. And our restrictions in the current code are too high. We didn't get it right. I think we're close. Look, I've been here 11 years, and I've made 5 trips to this podium in 11 years to change the character-based zoning from when we first adopted it. Why? Because it's complicated. Why? Because it's hard to see everything all at once. And we learn from our experience, and we come in, just like the shared street or the multimodal way, 2 Russell Street brought that to the table. So we're doing something about it. I think no matter who's standing here at any point, now or in the future, you're not trying to get it perfect. You're trying to get it better than it is today, hopefully a lot better. But there's no harm in coming back in 6, 8, 12 months and tweaking these numbers. In fact, I would argue you have to. There's just no way. We would never get any code passed if we needed perfect information in order to stand here and feel like every nook and cranny of what's being proposed is going to work for the next 10 to 15 years. So I think what we got is solid, and it's come out of a really robust conversation with a lot of people. There are a lot of differing opinions, but I think there's general agreement on what's in here, and we owe it to ourselves to give it a crack, see what we get in the next 6 to 12 months, and come back if we need to.
Thank you.
Councillor Cook and then Councillor Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a question about the 50% community space. And I'm asking this because I realize that this is for those very large lots. But for example, the Court Street Apartments, which is on a very large lot, does not have 50% community space. Are we putting ourselves in a situation where we're decreasing the amount of affordable housing we'll have because we're so decreasing the footprint of the buildings that automatically reduces the number of required housing units by giving that 50% community space?
I'd like to think no, and I think it's going to require somebody on one of those large parcels. First of all, no one's doing affordable housing other than the folks that do it as a full-time job, like 160 Court Street. But let's just say that parcel has 35% community open space that could be designated quite easily as community space. Well, how would you get an extra 15% if you were in the predicament of that site plan with that building or those buildings? You would have to look at arcades. You'd have to look at observation decks. You'd have to look at ways to not diminish the overall size of the project, but expand the community space that's on the ground or on the building or through the building. And I think that's largely what 3 or 4 of these new community space types do. They're highly efficient, they're creative, they create fantastic spaces, many of which we already have. I mean, 46 Maplewood is another example, showed us what you can do with arcades. And they've still got 3 floors of building above it. So the hope here is that if somebody was to come back on one of these large parcels, they would be able to achieve the 50% by being creative and looking at these new community space types, maybe to get that extra 15 to 20% that would be challenging with just the 13 we have today.
So as a follow-on, we're really kind of counting on them to do things like a plaza with parking underneath so that we're not counting that against them, but it counts as community space, fulfills their part of their 50%, but doesn't count against their building size.
The footprint.
Right. And the same thing with rooftop decks or.
Yep.
And so that's our goal, so that they still have large enough building footprints to build enough affordable housing to meet our goal.
Or just development, whether it's housing, workforce, or commercial space, whatever it is. Create good urban spaces that are commensurate with the great urban spaces we already have in the traditional historic downtown.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Bagler.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I think I'm going to support the 5 and 10, hearing everything, understanding the 2-to-1 rule, which I didn't get until Councilor Denton's question and Nick's answer. What the council can do in 18 months is look back and say, wow, 100% of the projects came forward and took advantage of these incentives. Maybe we can go back to the well and get a little bit more. Or maybe it's 50% and we think, okay, we hit it right on. Or maybe, and hopefully not, it's a very low percentage and we weren't aggressive enough. So I'd rather steer towards getting something built than nothing built. So I'm going to support the 5 and 10%, understanding the concerns and thinking that they're valid.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
No, we do not. We are awaiting.
We have a motion to continue the second reading, but the question is whether or not there's going to be a further amendment motion, and there's not.
So I'll put a pin in this. I suppose the concerns that I have are, I guess, the opposite, given that we have a limited amount of parcels as defined by Nick's analysis. And I worry that if we do not, if we're not stronger than weaker on the percentages, we will find out too late that those properties suitable for workforce development did not have as much workforce development put in, and we can't go back and change that. We can correct the error of stating in 18 months or sooner that we've seen 0 applications, or we've seen applications that have not taken any of the incentives. I think that these incentives are pretty substantial for the amount of space that you can increase lot sizes to and building heights. But I worry that we won't be able to go and change those ones that have already been built. And so that's my concern, but not sensing an enormous amount of support for that concern. So I feel like we should move on.
I think we're ready for a vote then, unless there's more comments.
Did we make the motion for the 7th because we're not cleared 7 days?
Yeah.
I will do a roll call. Kelly.
Okay.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Next up, public hearing adoption on proposed resolution authorizing a bond issue and/or notes of up to $17,350,000 or costs related to police station upgrades, land acquisition, outdoor pool upgrades, citywide facilities, capital improvements, Helen Park sidewalks, traffic calming, Borthwick Avenue bike path, Sagamore Avenue sidewalk, city-wide sidewalk reconstruction program, street paving, management, and rehabilitation, Peace Tradeport Street rehabilitation, Edmund Ave upgrades, Islington Street improvements, and Union Street reconstruction. Sample motion, move to adopt the resolution as presented. A roll call with 2/3 vote is required for adoption.
Your Honor, is there a chance we could take a break and you not have to read that again? We've been up here for almost 3 hours.
Sure. So what we're going to get through, let me just remind the public, it doesn't look like I really think that we should have more time on Councilor Tabor's motion, so I think we should, if we're going to take a break, it's going to be 10:30 pretty soon on this. I'd rather not tackle that kind of weighty topic at the end of and we'll just kick it to the next meeting, if that's all right?
Yes.
Is that all right with the council? Okay. So we'll come back and have we'll take a 10-minute recess, come back, or 5-minute recess and come back, and I won't read that again.
Thank you.
All right, we are back to public hearing, second reading of ordinances number F, which I've already read. And I'd wait a motion to adopt the resolution as presented. And the first thing up is a presentation.
Your Honor, we are going to give very brief summaries, and the first presentation will be given by DPW Director Peter Rice relative to that list that you read. So I'd ask Peter to come up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Peter Rice, Director of Public Works. This first resolution covers 13 projects which you've seen multiple times through the planning board exercises as well as City Council budget adoption. So I will not go through in great detail other than list them, and if you have questions related to specific bonding authorization, I'm happy to address those questions. So the first one is some annual monies for police repairs. The Conservation Commission, working with the Planning Department, has requested monies for land acquisition. As you know, the outdoor pool is in desperate need of upgrades, and these monies would be to allow that award of the contract. Ongoing facilities needs are identified in this project, and they listed here types of projects associated with that. Elwyn Park traffic calming would be to help with traffic calming in Elwyn Park, in addition to pedestrian improvements, including sidewalks on Harding and McKinley. Borthwick Avenue bike path would be completion of a bike path that's currently underway to the intersection of Route 1. Sagamore Ave sidewalk would continue the sidewalk from Tucker's Cove up to the bridge. Our ongoing program throughout the city, the 70-plus miles, are covered under this one, and a list of outstanding projects associated with it. In addition, our pavement management program is identified here, and a list of projects. Similar to the city, we're responsible for the Pease International Trade Port and these projects. This money specifically would go towards Corporate Drive, but there are also other projects identified. Edmund Ave would be to improve the roadway, water, as well as add sidewalks. And just note that there are other Edmund Ave fundings in the water, sewer portions that you'll see in a minute as well. Islington Street improvements, as well as a multi-funded project. This is the final phase of Islington Street. And water and sewer would also add to that. Union Street construction will be for the next phase on Union Street, which is also a multi-funded project, multi-sources of funds.
And that's it.
That's it. So if there are any specific questions related to these bond authorization requests, I'd be happy to address them.
Councilor Lombardi.
I just have a question. You're requesting $17,350,000. That is $5 million less than what those projects are listed at in the CIP. And I'm just wondering, what happens there?
I would have to defer to the Finance Department related to that. They should add up to the 17 million?
Well, no, they add up to 22.4.
You may have included some of the other funding sources in there as well, because there are a number of the projects have other sources of funding.
I thought they were all listed as bonding.
Here comes Andrew.
I don't have my calculator with me.
Peter.
Is it possible you're adding the school in that too? The school's a separate resolution.
No, I have the school of different.
Oh, yeah, the element sheets. 2, 4, 8,
Pretty sure they're all listed as bond/lease.
Right, and in that column is also the school projects, which is another resolution. So, and you also have the parking would be in that column also. So those are all different resolutions.
Right. Well, I have those listed separately, too. Yeah.
I guess don't know what you're looking at.
Well, I went through each of these things and went through the bond lease on each of those and totaled them, comes to $22,400,000.
I'll have to go pull it up. I don't have it with me.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I ask a question? The further hearings we have are for enterprise fund monies.
There's also a school resolution that
Right.
those are general fund monies, and the parking fund is also tonight.
Took monies from
Do you mind if I come up and see what you're looking at?
Yeah, sure.
All right. These.
Yeah, I'm adding all these up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Oh, what
Yeah,
is
you
this?
can't, these are all combined, the combined projects. So
Okay.
1.1 million of is the general, 500 is water.
Okay, Edmund Avenue is the one.
Yeah, well, there's three of them.
1.4 out of
Edmonton, Islington, and Union are combined water, sewer, and
Okay,
general.
okay, all right, good, thank you.
Yeah, and I just double-checked that they did add up to the 1735, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions from the council? And for the public at home, these are projects that we approved in the capital improvement plan. This is the bonding authorization for the projects that we had previously approved in the capital plan. We will take a roll call.
We need a motion.
Oh,
We need a public hearing.
oh, yeah.
We need a public hearing before motion.
Public hearing is open. Please come up to the microphone, state your name and your city of residence, and speak for as long as you would like.
If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak, please raise your virtual hand.
Seeing no one rise, I will close the public hearing. Additional questions or possibly a motion to adopt the resolution as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? We will require a roll call vote with 2/3 required for adoption.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Next up, the public hearing adoption on proposed resolution authorizing a bond issue and/or notes of up to $2,350,000, together with the transfer of the unexpended bond proceeds in the amount of $1,500,000 for a total of appropriation of $3,850,000 to pay costs related to school facility improvements and fit-up of community campus space for Robert J. Lister Academy. Let's start with the presentation. And I believe that.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have Nathan Lundy.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilor. Councilors, Nathan Lunny, I'm your school business administrator. The authorization article in front of you, this resolution does three things tonight. First, it authorizes bonding for $550,000 related to roofing and paving. Paving anticipated to be the Dondero complex, Dondero Elementary, roofing to be at New Franklin and high school. As I told you, the CIP process, this is the beginning of a 4-year cycle of paving and roofing approaching $2.5 million combined. That's the first piece. The second piece is bond authorization of $1.8 million related to the renovation fit-out of the community campus space for Robert J. Lister Academy so that we could complete that and make that move for the school year 24-25. The third piece is to essentially repurpose, reauthorize $1.5 million to accompany that 1.8 to make the Robert J. Lister project a $3.3 million project. That 1.5 million was authorized last summer, similar time frame, for window replacement and repair at Dondero Elementary and Little Harbor. We will complete that next summer out of federal ESSER funds. So we're moving the shelves, if you will, to make this local money available to tack on and complete the Lister project. Take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Nathan. Any questions for the council? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Any public hearing speakers rising or on Zoom? Closing the public hearing. Any additional council questions, deliberations, or a motion to adopt the resolution as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call is required. Kelly, when you are ready.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McCacken?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Next up, got it on the page. Public hearing adoption and proposed resolution authorize the borrowing of up to $1,250,000 through the issue of bond and/or notes for the costs related to the design and construction of Foundry Place parking offices. We have a presentation from Ben Fletcher.
Yes, good evening, councilors, and Mr. Mayor. Thanks for inviting me to chat with you all tonight. Like the legal, finance, police, fire, administration, school departments, the division does need a single point of operations. We are responsible for 7 business units, 74 full and part-time employees, 24-hour management of the garage access systems, the meter system, the enforcement program, snow removal operations, engineering, event management, and a number of others. And our challenges include my chief operations manager, Mike Assad, is housed over at Hanover underneath the construction there with very poor connectivity. Our enforcement is in a glorified broom closet at the back of Foundry. Our collections parking clerks are at Foundry adjacent to the parking offices, where it's often confused the 24 hours that the parking offices, garage offices are open. People get concerned and frustrated that the clerk's offices aren't the same. And of course, I'm over at DPW. We have a lack of shareable space. Our evening manager, Jeff, is floating without an office. Our maintenance manager, Frank, also floating without an office. Just a supply closet for what he's got and for what he needs to do to do his work. The Foundry was designed with a combined full-service professional office space for the parking division in that space. It'll enhance efficiency in communications management, information processing, give the public one place to engage the entire parking division. As it'll separate the Foundry offices from the parking clerk's offices with a different entrance, and but still be close enough for the cross-training we've put in place to be effective. And currently conducting in-person team sessions, team meetings, presentations, vendor visits, client visits have. It's very difficult for us. We've all got to find space over at DPW or other places to do that at this point. So, and finally, the bond to be paid for through parking revenues and not the use of taxpayer dollars. So
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Any questions from the council? I guess I just have one. Was there originally a stipulation on community space being the purpose of this this facility, or the 4,500 square feet?
That's not my understanding. My understanding that it was designed with the parking offices being conglomerated in one area in mind. there's a certain number of stipulations to how it was originally funded, the building of the garage, and certainly I can bring the finance department up to help better explain how the tax-free bond process works and what is and is not an allowed use of that space. So primarily from my recollection from the very beginning, it's been parking offices was the intention of this space.
Okay, and was there it's been quite a while since it was 2018 when this was originally completed,
Correct.
Was it, in that time, has there been a study of other spaces in the city to move and consolidate and maybe take advantage of some larger conference rooms that we have?
Actually, we've given up some ground here at City Hall. The parking clerks were moved from City Hall just down the hallway here to give more space to the police department. And then that, in turn, took the space we had built out, the small amount of space we had built out for the enforcement group, which was removed from Feaster, where we were renting space at $1,000 a month. When they came to us and said, you're going to have to vacate the Feaster space, I did some research for similar space around town. It was about $3,000 a month back then, and that didn't include any build-out expenses for the special needs that the enforcement group has, such as locker rooms and a place to change and things like that, which of course would only go up every year in perpetuity. I think we spent $46,000 on the current small build-out next to the adjacent to the Foundry offices, which roughly paid for itself just in terms of rent in roughly 16 months. So we're very happy about that aspect of it. And so the short answer to your question, sir, is no, we haven't done a lot of research on it because we've got the space that is right there in our home office where we're doing much of our business now. So,
thank you. Councilor Moreau?
When you were talking about community space, were you thinking about the whole lot that's next to the parking garage that will eventually be community space?
No, I was thinking that there was some easement restriction on what the community space, and then we ended up putting maybe art in the windows or something like that. But,
There is art. There is art.
But it wasn't a
Public art.
requirement of community space in the Foundry for this.
no, we ran that art project as almost a last-minute effort to try and keep from showing what's back there, and which is basically empty space that's not built out. The art was a beautification project designed to enhance the experience walking by the building without having people have to look in and see unfinished concrete.
And this is maybe a question to the city manager, what space savings will we receive from removing Mr. Fletcher from the DPW and other consolidations around city buildings? Do we have an understanding of the consolidation and potential move of any other city services because of that?
We don't, but we do know maybe Ben or Peter are better equipped to speak to it, that Peter's got needs to house some staff that currently float or need office space that could take advantage of Ben moving.
There's no question that DPW is short of space as well, and they could probably utilize my office space to a higher and better use that's more conducive to the general works of DPW as opposed to the more specific focus that I've got.
Okay. So how much office space do we have currently? And we're asking consolidate everything into 4,500 square feet. Is that, as I read the CIP item?
The area to be built out is 4,500 square feet, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And how much space will you require in the 4,500 square feet?
I think,
Parking would use all of the space.
yeah, I would think the vast majority of it.
How much space are we currently using, I guess?
We're using about less than a quarter of it.
No, sorry. I mean, how much, so we have 4,500 square feet somewhere else that will be freed up because of this?
No, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking staff that are currently in storage rooms and in areas around the city that, and consolidating them in this space. Also providing a storage that's necessary for a lot of the equipment and things, and getting them into spaces that are more manageable.
And climate control as
Yeah,
well.
and so Ben, we have staff that are located in temporary offices over here at City Hall that we would want to bring back over to DPW. So that would give us the ability to have, some of our senior facility staff back over at DPW, and that would free up space for other needs within City Hall that other staff out of our department, not our department, other departments have space needs as well. So we've been limping along with temporary spaces here and there, and it's been we're bumping into challenges relative to being able to house all the operations. So this would allow us to consolidate our operations to one area and provide the facilities that really would improve efficiencies for the parking division.
Okay. So we'll open up to public comment, public hearing. Oh, is there a question?
I can wait till after public comment.
Okay. Public hearing. Seeing one rise.
Peter Huda, 280 South Street. Here I am again. So, I would like to put the resident perspective to you, the council, on this $1.250 million. I would like to know, what is the benefit to the residents and the taxpayers? Are we going to get increased services from this? Is this going to help any services? Is this going to change anything? I read to you last time the amount that it's going to cost per square foot to do this, $277.78, and how much excess office space or office space is available for rent in the city of Portsmouth. Commerce Way has 1, 2, 3, 4 places. They are at $14.50. The highest here is 110 Chapel at $38. So if the residents aren't getting any benefit from this, please explain to me why it's worth it to spend $1 million to house staff extra than you would have had to spend. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I mean, basically, we're back to the same argument that we need parking. Whether or not this was designed in the beginning to be offices is irrelevant. With the number of engineers we have on staff, I would think it would be a distinct possibility that we could figure out how to make more parking, because every discussion that we have here ends up talking about parking. So that's all I have to say. I know it probably won't make a difference, but it makes a difference to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Any other speakers in public? I see former Mayor Rick Beckstead. Rick, you have the floor.
Thank you. Rick Beckstead, 1395 Business Street. Just a few comments, Mayor. You were talking about restrictions as far as community, stuff like that. When the garage was first built, it was anticipated to use liner buildings. And we talked originally about putting, whether it be storefronts or some kind of a rental thing. And because of the bond situation, we weren't allowed to go and do that. So I think that's what you were. I just figured I'd throw that out to you to better understand and explain it to you. This has been an ongoing thing since the garage opened my first term on the council. It was brought to the council's attention, was actually shot down. The price, I believe, was even half the cost of what it is now. And I know things have risen. I guess my only worry and justification is this $1.25 million to build in an existing space. Now, I'm sure you're probably going to have to be putting bathrooms in, kitchens in, and probably with a concrete floor already finished, you're going to have to go and dig all of that up to be able to go and accommodate as far as the sewer and the water that's going to be needed in the place. It's utilized. I don't know if any one of you have ever been in that section of the building. I have, and it's used for storage. They have lockers that are in there. There's tables, there's chairs. They eat lunch there. It's more of a, I guess, formal type of a look is what is being asked of this bond. I'm not particularly crazy about the 1.2 and change being put into a building that already exists. If there's any way that and I know the bond goes in, and that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it's going to cost, but it has definitely doubled over the last 4 or 5 years from what the cost of the original one was. And I just wanted to add my input to that. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Rick. Any other discussion or any other comments? We have Sarah and Lincoln Silverman. You're well on your way to earning that badge, Lincoln. Sarah, can you, or Lincoln, can you hear us?
Maybe they're muted, Your Honor.
We can't, it doesn't tell from this, it looks like they are not muted.
Yeah, there. Here they come.
Sarah? Lincoln?
Here's something.
Sarah, if you can hear us, or Lincoln, could you please raise your hand again to indicate that you would like to speak? If not, we will move on.
Okay.
All right, they'd like to speak. All right, Kevin, maybe.
They have the ability to speak. Sarah, can you hear us? Try again.
Kevin just sent you a message.
Something on their end. Why don't I try and promote you to panelists? Let's see if that will work. Okay. Whoa.
There it is.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah. We can. Hopefully you can hear us.
Excellent. Thank you. So this is not Lincoln. He's actually gone to bed, but
Hopefully. Thank you.
so actually thinking about the space and how much it costs. I mean, have we done any thought about how much efficiencies will be gained by the department by using this space? It might seem like a lot of money, but it also seems like this department is eking by, and so I would like to encourage the council to be thinking about the efficiencies that we can be gained and the money that can be earned over time instead of just the original outlay.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Any other questions or speakers? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Any additional council questions and/or deliberations or a motion? Councilor Bagley.
First, Your Honor, can I make a motion that we go past 10:30?
No. Yes, you can. Yeah.
I move that we go past 10:30.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
And then second, you know I never miss the chance to sing the praises of the parking department. They've done a phenomenal job. If you look at the revenue year over year, it's always increasing. They have a tough, difficult job. Being a parking person, they represent the city out there on the streets talking to people, and it can be challenging at times. So I think giving them good accommodations to work is an investment in retaining employees and morale. And I'll just anecdotally add, I got to shadow some of the crossing guards this spring, and that's a really tough job. Those kids come at you from every different direction. The cars don't want to stop. You really kind of have to be on your toes, and that's our parking personnel that are also doing that job. So not only does the taxpayer not have to pay for these investments because it will be all done with parking revenue, I think such a well-run department deserves to have proper accommodations.
Thank you, Councilor Begg. Councilor Lombardi.
Just a question, Mayor. One of the things that strikes me about the parking garage, and if indeed they are putting plumbing into the garage, I don't know if that's part of it, but if that's the case, the city has basically no public restrooms, and I'm wondering if that might be something that could be part of that project.
I couldn't tell you if we have a public restroom at the Foundry. I've never-
We do at Foundry.
We do.
So there are public restrooms at Hanover and at the Foundry Garage.
Okay.
There are currently 2 in each. One of them is used by staff, and the other one is used by the public, both of which would be returned to the public once staff had operations at that area and had bathrooms built in, yeah.
Great.
So we get 2 more parking, or 2 more
One
bathrooms.
additional, yeah.
We get 1 at Hanover?
Well, we've got 2 at Hanover now, and we've got 2 at Foundry, and one of them is used as a public restroom, one of them is
Okay.
used for staff.
Okay. So none, the Hanover office doesn't use, they use the public restroom at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Cook?
Never knew that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just doing some quick math over here on the idea of leasing space versus building out a space that we own. And when you do the math with the numbers that we were given, in approximately 20 years, we would be spending the same amount of money on leasing as we would on this space that we're building out. The difference is that, like in any circumstance, we would then own the space, and we wouldn't be spending more money on a lease over the next 20 years. So that's why it benefits us to go ahead and build out this space, because we have to provide a decent working environment for our staff. They shouldn't be in closets. We should make sure that they have space where they can do their jobs efficiently, and it's more cost effective for the city ultimately to build out the space than it is to lease in the long run.
Counselor Tabor?
Yeah, if we borrow money to fit this space out, we pay no rent. And the carrying costs over 20 years of the bond, by my math, are on a square foot basis about $1.21 per square foot. So that's pretty good rent. But that's the carrying cost of the bond.
Any other questions? Counselor Moreau?
I'd just like to also point out that we also, in the efficiency category, now we have all the staff in one place, so we're paying them to spend less time traveling around, meeting in different locations, and having to spend more time just really commuting to get to meetings and whatnot, or training. So this is probably going to save us money in that realm.
With all that extra brain power, you could probably get that resident parking program that came up in public comment here, phase it in over 3 years. Counselor Blaylock?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I'll be friend with Councilor Morrell. I've spent most of my life parking the parking garages downtown on a daily basis, sometimes 2 or 3, 4 trips on one single day. But I do want to make sure we take care of our parking staff. I mean, they walk around checking meters in the pouring rain, the freezing cold, the snow. To give them an office to go back to, I think is only fair. And their department actually raises this money, so, but I know any cost is a cost. But I think it'll create more efficiencies and will prevent us from losing parking staff, I would imagine. But I think this would be an improvement that we should do.
Well, I would agree. Everybody wants government run like a business, and the knock on government is that, we don't sell a widget, but the parking department does. There's revenue generation out of there. So to put that money back into creating efficiencies, and serious about the resident program, it would be great to see what could happen with the staff all under one roof, and the natural water cooler talk that can come of that, and also certainly the morale. The elements are tough. Sometimes residents of Portsmouth or tourists are tougher when it comes to understanding that, and having an escalation point, when you go and you have a conversation down at the Foundry, to have yourself there, Mr. Fletcher, wouldn't be bad either. So I think this getting everybody under one roof would be a positive thing. So we'll take a roll call vote. Now that we do have this on the floor, correct? I think we do. Did we call it motion? We didn't. We're going to make the motion then to adopt the resolution as presented.
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call vote.
Okay. Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, next up, we have, this one, the public hearing adoption of proposed resolution authorizing a bond issue and/or notes of the city under the Municipal Finance Act and/or participation in the state revolving loan fund of up to $9,276,500 related to annual water line replacement, new groundwater source, Greenland well treatment, Dover water emergency interconnection, Edmund Avenue water line reconstruction, Islington Street improvements, and Union Street reconstruction. I'd wait the presentation, and then we'll get into the motion and the council questions. Brian, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Brian Getz, Director of Water Resources, Deputy Director Public Works. Al Pratt, our Water Resources Manager, is here as well, if there's some more specific questions. These items right now, we, as Peter Rice said previously, quite a bit of these have been presented before. The water line replacement, again, is just ongoing work that we do to upgrade the aged water line infrastructure. The next item is a groundwater source. So this is for the Collins Well work that's ongoing, and we believe soon to have the permit for the Collins Well number 2. So this will be monies to outfit that with the building and the infrastructure and the piping there. The next item is the Green Well treatment, and as I presented previously when these projects were brought forth, this is in anticipation of the currently proposed EPA regulations for PFAS. So we believe treatment of that well will be in order, and this is for that. The next one is the Dover Water Emergency Interconnection. The state is moving forward with the bicycle pedestrian bridge, and this pipe will be a connection between the Dover and Portsmouth distribution water systems. And the portion of this monies is for our portion of the pipe on the Newington side of the bridge. The next three are, as Peter Rice brought forward, there will also be items for Edmund, Islington, and Union Street as combined projects, and these are the monies for the associated water work for Edmund. The next one after that, Islington Street, next phase of work there, and the Union Street project.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions for Mr. Getz? Seeing none, we will open up. Was there a question? No? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing, either in person or on Zoom. I see one person rising and approaching the microphone.
Yes, Page Trace, 27 Hancock Street. Well, I applaud Mr. Getz's reading of what is necessary with this funding. I do have a question, and that's about where, and I may have missed it, but where the pipes under Little Bay fit. We still do not have those pipes yet. And it would be nice to worry as much about our water supply coming from Madbury to the city as the supply of water coming over the bike route that is the emergency supply back and forth between Dover and Portsmouth. So if we could have someone address when and how those pipes will come to be, or the pipe will be refitted, and what it might cost, that would be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Paige. This is not in the authorized bond.
Right.
but,
It's a separate project. If the council wishes, Brian could address the status of the Little Bay project.
All right, going out. So you've been here since 7 o'clock, Brian. So
Fine. Yes. So the Little Bay project is totally separate from the interconnection. And currently, we are still in permitting of that, and we actually will see whether or not there's a timeline and a window of time where we can actually do the work. So we're going to decide Wednesday whether we can bid this year yet. We expect permits. We've had the public hearing on the permit. It's just a matter of whether we've hit that window, because contractor has to be, the bid has to go out, contractor has to be accepted, contracts, all that. Then they have to mobilize, and the work has to occur November through March because of the window of time you can be in the water doing the work. We've already, this project has already been before council, previous council, so the money's authorized. It just, we don't need it in this round. So that's where that project is. And it's a high on our priority list, but it's been a very complicated project, and hopefully, come Wednesday, we might be able to say, yes, it's out to bid, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you very much for that very detailed answer, Mr. Getz. Any other council questions and/or deliberations?
Do we see future large capital costs if the EPA goes to 4 parts per trillion for PFAS?
We have been looking at that. That's a very good question. We certainly don't know exactly what they'll land on with that. Currently, our biggest source of supply, the reservoir, does at time have detections. We haven't hit that 4 or gone over the 4 part per trillion there. We're certainly tracking that. Al has been working with staff on options we might have there. The second sources that actually do have near those limits are the Collins and Portsmouth wells, and they're on the edge of the Pease aquifer. So should the regulations come down with the 4 parts being the PFAS reg, we'll be going to talk to the Air Force about funding those. So we do have, we are in preliminary design of looking at those options there and working with the Air Force on that as well. So
thank you.
So just a quick follow-up, and sorry, now this is getting out of control here, but if the EPA were to make those regulations from a preliminary to an actual, then the city of Portsmouth would seek compensation from the Air Force as a result of the potential contamination there, as opposed to footing that bill completely ourselves, or that would be the goal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. All right. Any additional questions? Hopefully pertaining, and I was guilty of this too, but hopefully pertaining to this bond?
Yes, but you need to close the public hearing if we do that.
All right. I'd wait a motion to adopt the resolution as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Kelly, when you're ready, we will have a 2/3, or we will have a roll call vote.
Okay. Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Last up in the second reading, public hearings, a public hearing adoption on proposed resolution authorizing a supplemental appropriation from the Water Fund unrestricted net position. I know, am I not doing it? Oh, we got 2 more?
We
Okay.
have sewer first.
All right, public hearing, adoption of proposed resolution authorizing a bond issue and/or notes in the city under the Municipal Finance Act and the participation in the State Revolving Loan Fund of up to $6,915,000 for costs related to the annual sewer line upgrades, long-term control-related projects, Woodbury Avenue sewer separation, sewer service for Sagamore Avenue sewer extension, Fleet Streets utilities upgrades and streetscapes, Edmund Ave improvement, Islington Street improvements, and Union Street reconstruction. I'd wait a motion, or we'll go through the presentation that Brian is
Okay.
ready to give.
So on the sewer side of the house, again, similar to water, we have ongoing sewer piping needs, and this $1 million is towards those. The long-term control plan related projects, This is for doing the next phase of study. We're near the end of some of the consent decree related long-term control plan projects that have been identified in past and constructed and some ongoing work. This work in FY24 is to get the consultant to update as required by EPA the next phase of what the projects need to be to continue with that work, and then you'll see the out years to anticipate the monies to implement. Woodbury Avenue sewer separation, this is just work for that area of town that will have sewer separation. The sewer service for Sagamore, the next one is just for the private services there that have been agreed upon for funding. And the next project, Fleet Street, this again is a combined project, so the $2 million would go towards the sewer side of the needs there for the infrastructure. The next one is Edmund Ave, which was discussed again before, so the $200,000 is towards the work there, sewer related. Islington Street, the next phase of sewer work there. As we look to hopefully complete that whole street here eventually. So that's the $2.1 million for that. And lastly, the Union Street.
Any council questions? Although not mentioned directly in a, I guess, general cost, the comments of public in public comment around the efforts going into the Pierce Island wastewater facility. Any update on that replacement line?
The Mechanic Street?
Mechanic
yes,
Street.
I know there's a lot of, and thank you for the opportunity to at least address that. In the budget book, there is a descriptive that the pipes that are there right now are temporary because of the failure of the big pumps that had to be fixed and taken out and repaired. And later this week, we anticipate delivery of those pumps. And if all goes well and they're put in and started up and working, we'll be able to remove that temporary pipe and be back online fully with that station. So it's strictly a temporary setup there to address, just to keep the water pumping through that station.
And is there any, I guess, difference in smell compared to, as mentioned in the public comment, and some community members to myself, that is related to the Mechanic Street, or is this related to?
Well, the smell, I'll let Eric Fiedler come up, give him his opportunity to speak a bit here now as our city engineer and expertise. There you go, Eric.
Thanks for
Welcome back, Eric.
So the smell isn't strictly associated with Mechanic Street. So that station, those pipes are contained, and we have everything contained. The smell is actually from the Pierce Island facility. We've had some mechanical issues on one of the clarifiers, so we're using one of the clarifiers as a buffer tank during wet weather events. So what happens is it fills up, and we pump it down after the rain event has passed. So the smell is basically that intermediate period before that can be cleaned out, pumped down and cleaned out. So that's where some of those odors coming adjacent to Mechanic Street is basically the prevailing wind is bringing those odors that way. So it seems like it's from Mechanic Street, but it's not really from Mechanic Street.
And this is you said a malfunction, or?
We had some mechanical failures at the clarifier mechanism. So it's the fourth week of July is what the anticipated date. So we get the equipment shipped out, we'll get contractor mobilized, and we'll get that resolved.
So mechanical failure led to a backup plan being initiated that has some potential smell, but that should be resolved by the end of July.
Yeah, and those odors, basically we were pumping them down. Those pumps pump pretty slowly. So what we've been doing is our staff has actually worked a bunch of overtime trying to get those pumped down as soon as possible. So those other ones, if it sits for more than a couple days, it starts to get pretty stinky. So what we're trying to do is pump it down over a period of less than 24 hours so it doesn't have time to go septic. So that's where we're at. And I think our staff has been really good about working a little bit extra overtime and trying to make sure we get those smells contained before it becomes a problem. So
thanks so much, Eric. Appreciate the enthusiasm too.
Right.
Nearly 11 to be that enthusiastic about it. You're the man for the job, brother. All right. Now we got the, we'll go, if there's no more council questions, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to rise to speak on the proposed resolution for sewer?
Page Trace, 27 Hancock Street. It is late, but this is important. It's nice to have transparent clarification on what's actually been going on Pierce Island. I think some of us were multiple people on council over the last couple of councils, enough to watch this treatment plant be built and enough to remember that there was an odor control, which I'm assuming with the fog, not fats, oil, and grease, but the real fog and the rain, that probably didn't help matters any. But I'm thrilled that whatever little bit we can do to proceed with the long-term control plan and proceed with what was handed down as a decision by Judge Barbara Doro in the second modification of the consent decree, which we still have not fulfilled, much to the dismay, I'm sure, and slightly lighter pockets of those in Sagamore Avenue. I think we owe it to this city and we owe it to South Mill Pond to start to pay more attention to this. And I think it comes under the heading of my comments earlier about we need to respect this city a little bit more. And it falls under what we need and not what we want. But I thank you all, and I hope that you will vote for this appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Any other speakers? Seeing none on Zoom, I will close the public hearing. Any additional questions and or deliberations? I'd wait a motion to pass the resolution as presented.
So moved.
Second.
And Kelly, when you are able, a roll call.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes.
Unanimous.
And now on to K, which I got to a little too quickly earlier. Public hearing adoption on a proposed resolution authorizing a supplement appropriation from the Water Fund unrestricted net position, a grant from the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, and a grant from New Hampshire DES Local Source Water Protection Program for the purchase of a conservation easement on the Fernald property to protect the Bellenemy Reservoir water quality. I have a presentation from Al Pratt.
Good. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilors. Al Pratt, Resource Manager for the City of Portsmouth. Brief presentation. This is similar to a presentation I did about a year ago. We've been working on this project for not long now. It's a property that's adjacent to the Bellenemy Reservoir that it's important. If you go to the first slide there, you see the Bellenemy Reservoir. The water quality in the reservoir, like any surface water, is affected by its watershed and the land uses within the watershed. We're focusing on properties right around the reservoir, since those have direct contribution to the reservoir. And we've had success in the past years, 2018, 2020. We were able to secure easements on 2 of the properties there. And we have now, if you go on to the next slide, you'll see in proportion to where those properties are, there's this property in the southern part of the reservoir that we're working to protect. It's a 52-acre parcel. We are looking to put a conservation easement of 45 acres into this. It is high priority for us since its proximity to the dam and the amount of shoreline it has next to the reservoir. The next slide shows some photographs of that. This is the tree line right on the property. It's a nice hill right above the reservoir, highly developable. About 3,900 feet of shoreline, about 5,000 foot of road frontage, and it is within 2,000 feet of our surface water intake at the dam. This is a close-up of that lot. There are 2 houses currently on this property, and they will be excluded from the easement area. You see those two excluded areas on this map here. The conservation easement is prepared just like the ones we did for the previous easements, with its ultimate purpose being protecting the water quality of the reservoir. So no land uses can occur on this property that could potentially affect the water quality of the reservoir. Alternatively, if we didn't put the conservation easement on this property, it could potentially have 7 houses on this property. It's ideal for a developer where it has road frontage along 2 roads, and each of these lots would have water frontage and access to the reservoir. That's why the cost, as appraised in last year, was so high at $1.435 million. Beautiful upland soils, reservoir views, etc. This project has been recognized, and our efforts have been recognized by the Department of Environmental Services. We were the recipients of the Source Water Protection Award granted by New Hampshire DES this year, partially for this project, but also for all of our efforts we've made at the Bellamy Reservoir to protect the reservoir. There's a quote from the supervisor of the Source Water Protection Program speaking specifically about this project. He mentioned this conservation project, in my mind, was one of the best projects I've seen in New Hampshire to protect the shoreline area of a public water reservoir. So besides the accolades, we've also been able to receive funds through the New Hampshire Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Funds. We were awarded $739,000 grant. And through the New Hampshire DES Local Source Water Protection Program, we were awarded a $25,000 grant. We were also listed on Senator Sheheen's request for congressionally directed spending for FY24 for $714,000. We won't know if these funds become available to us until FY24 and probably likely early next year. So in order to keep this project moving, we're requesting these supplemental appropriation from the water fund so we can use $714,000 to proceed with the purchase. Whether or not the funds come through Senator Sheheen's office or not, we'll be able to proceed with the purchase. So at this point, we would just need a resolution to be approved to proceed with the appropriation.
Thank you, Al. Any questions for Mr. Pratt? Councilor Denton.
Simple question just regarding the Bellamy Reservoir. Do you know if the construction on 16 is going to fully block off the view?
Construction on 16.
Where they're doing the tolls.
So this is on Route 9.
Yeah, Route 9, Hill Reservoir, Route 9.
Yeah,
I think I know what
other
you're
side.
talking about, right? Yeah, no, it's nowhere near
Okay, yeah, I was looking, the map I was looking at had it. Thank you. That was for my question, yeah.
I know that it's Route 9, and I get a chance to tell my story. My favorite story for the council would be, we couldn't talk about protecting the Bellamy Reservoir without this. My father would say every single time we drove up to my grandmother's house, and she lived in Stratford County, and we take Route 9, and every time he would point out and say, this is where Portsmouth got its water. And I really didn't appreciate that until certainly on the council. And then just this last couple of weeks driving my daughter to a birthday party and her friend in Barrington got to mention that again. So appreciative of all the work that you do for protecting our drinking water. I think there was many commenters before that talked about the importance of our drinking water and the safety of that. It's a lot easier to keep clean than make clean. So appreciate the effort that goes into this, unbeknownst to so many in Portsmouth, so many miles away. That we continue what we do here because of what happens up there, and in terms of respecting Portsmouth, that is certainly high on the list. So thank you both, and I couldn't agree more with the accolades that you certainly deserve, and I'm happy to see received for the efforts that have gone into protecting our drinking water here in Portsmouth. So thanks again. Where are we at? Oh, it's public comment now, public hearing. We will open the public hearing for this, and if the appropriated monies come through the Senator Sheheen's office, then this is we will not require the $714,000. Correct?
Correct.
Floor is yours.
Yehuda, 2A South Street. So I guess I just want a little clarification, since there were no numbers listed in the actual resolution like there is in everything else. I get the total needed was $1,435,000, and I scribbled down $739,000, so I need to know what the amount from the unrestricted net position would be.
So I think
It'd be
the city manager.
$714,000.
Yep. So we got a grant for $739,000.
Okay.
We have another grant awarded for $25,000.
Yeah.
We are potentially receiving a congressionally directed spending request from Senator Shaheen's office in the FY24 budget of $714,000. So what we are looking to take from the Water Enterprise Net Position Fund is $714,000, so that we can move forward with this project, anticipating the monies. But if we do not get them, that is what we would have to spend to take advantage of the award money that we've been presented with, which totals more than 50% of the project.
Okay, I mean, I totally support the project. I was just trying to understand this. The next question I would have is, if this money does come through in the next fiscal year, is the 714 going to be returned to the unrestricted fund? That's question number one. The next question is, would this be included in the calculation of the model that calculates our water rates if you're taking money out of the unrestricted funds? Because we started to draw down on some of this last year. So the concern is that we'll have an issue covering this if we don't put the money back.
Thank you, Peter. I would probably have to ask.
We would put, right, there is no issue. We would return them, we wouldn't use the money out of net position if we got the grant.
Okay, and it will be included probably in next year's budget then?
It will be federal fiscal year '24, right?
Okay.
So that's the waiting period.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Petra. Are there any? Apologize. This is your right here.
I do applaud this, and I thank Senator Shaheen's office, Page Trace, 27 Hancock Street. I thank Senator Shaheen's office for prematurely coming up with the money necessary. I would also like to remind this council that equally important is the commercial landfill that Dover has that is very nearby our reservoir, and the fact that it is slowly migrating towards our reservoir. So I would ask you to keep aware of that and where that might intersect the reservoir equally as much as, it's equally as important as purchasing the land around the other side of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Any other speakers? Seeing none in person or on Zoom, I will close the public hearing and wait for additional council questions, deliberations, or a motion. And the motion would read, I'd wait a motion to move to adopt the resolution authorizing a supplemental appropriation from the Water Fund unrestricted net position, a grant from the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, and a grant from the New Hampshire DES Local Source Water Protection Program for the purchase of a conservation easement on the Fernald property to protect the Bellamy Reservoir water quality.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? We will require a 2/3 roll call vote.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor McKellar?
Yes. All right, city manager.
Your Honor, I have two items that need to be brought forward this evening, and the rest can be postponed. Item number one is approval of the tentative agreement reached with the Portsmouth School District paraeducators. And we have both Nathan Lunny here in person, and we have labor attorney Tom Clausen on Zoom. And the deal with the agreement terms are in your packet, and this would be effective back to 7/1 of 2023.
I'd wait we don't have a presentation on this.
We do not.
I would wait a motion to approve the agreement or an agreement with the Portsmouth School District paraeducators.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussions or questions for Mr. Lunny? No, I think this is, we do not need a roll call vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Tom. Second is approval of a memorandum of agreement between the City of Portsmouth and Portsmouth City Employees, AFSCME 1386A. And what this includes is the provision to add a title to the current collective bargaining agreement to be known as Maintenance Garage Assistant. And this title is important because it better aligns with the current employee's job duties. This is not a new position. This will not change anything related to finance or salary.
Would wait a motion to move that the City Council approve the agreement with the Portsmouth City Employees, AFSCME 1386A.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None.
Thank you.
All right, and I think we were going to try to get
13A.
13A.
It involves Peter Rice. Peter, do you mind coming up real quick? This would be a verbal update to the public relative to a meeting that will happen
tomorrow night
in less than 12 hours.
Yeah.
God,
Public
maybe more like
tuning
18.
in at 11:10.
Good evening. Peter Rice, Director of Public Works, and I'm just here to plug tomorrow's Community Policing Facility kickoff public meeting. The opportunity will be to get a feel for the project team as well as understand the process that we're going through. It's important to stress that there are no decisions made relative to whether to renovate versus relocate the community policing facility. What we're starting with is the initial needs evaluation. So we'll figure out the square footage and the programming needs for the police station. And then based on that, we'll review the different possible locations and to see how they best fit. We'll also look at costs. We have a specific budget currently that's been identified, and we are striving to stay within that budget. We understand the challenges in today's construction climate, so that given that fiscal constraint, we're going to have to work hard with the police department to come into a square footage and a configuration that meets that budget. The team that we have right now is great. We're working very closely with the police department and look forward to bringing forward some options for consideration. But tomorrow's meeting is really to introduce the residents to the program, how we're approaching it, and get their input. Because it's not the last bite at the apple. The residents will be solicited for their input, but this will be an opportunity to see some of the sites that we're considering. As you can imagine, there's been a number of folks looking at possible sites for housing, for sports facilities, and we know there's only a certain number of city-owned sites. So we're taking that large number of sites and kind of winnowing it down, and then based on that, we'll kind of take the fit and see how things work. So tomorrow, we look forward to really starting that public process, and it'll be a great opportunity for, we'll record it obviously, and we'll put it online afterwards, and there are materials online currently for folks that are interested. But we will have our consultants there, and they will talk about the aspects of modern community policing, and the types of challenges they face, the police force faces, and we'll look at really trying to drill down deeper into the needs and come up with a positive solution for the city.
Thank you, Peter. Are there questions? Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you have a schedule, I would love to see it. And one of the things that I think is really important about this project is that we make sure the public understands our process and they know at what point the council is going to be making decisions about this, so it doesn't feel like it's an open-ended process, or it doesn't feel like it's a rushed process for the public. So I think it would be really helpful to know where the committee sits on this proposed kind of schedule and timeline, so that the council can set a timeline for decision making.
Sure. So where we're at right now is the first stage of the study is really just the needs, spatial needs, and site evaluation. So that's intended for the next 6 or 7 months. And then, we would anticipate during that time process, before we finalized the selection of either to relocate or to or renovate, that would be a process that would be highly vetted. And our concern is just what you said, Counselor. We don't want to push forward an option that isn't really a consensus behind it and an understanding that this is a necessary upgrade for the police force and their operations, and that there is this understanding from the general public. And so we feel it's very important to take the time to bring everybody along. Obviously, you're never going to have 100% unanimity, but we understand the importance of public involvement and bringing people to that point.
Any other questions for Mr. Rice? Seeing none, thank you for that update at this late hour.
Thanks, Peter.
I think we have one more that we tried to get to. Councilor Tabor, I think this is brief enough. I think we're just going to, Councilor Tabor, we'll suspend the rules to bring forward Section 15A, or Section A under Section 15. Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Your Honor. I think given the importance of this.
We got to vote on so I'd wait a second to
on the
suspend the rules, or a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilor Tabor.
Sorry to jump the gun there. I think it's too late. We would all agree it's too late to tackle McIntyre. And the city manager and city attorneys mentioned we could have a special meeting on the 17th. Am I correct in that?
I believe that's the poll of the council.
Yeah, and that would be an open meeting for a discussion of the topic of the Holland and Knight letter. And I think I would propose a motion that we postpone that discussion to a special meeting that would be open to the public on July 17th.
And would we unseal the minutes now?
Yes.
Okay, so unseal the minutes of the special meeting or the non-public meeting that we had. Okay. So to unseal the minutes and to schedule
a special meeting. Yeah, I think there's those minutes should be unsealed so that the public can see what that meeting was this evening.
And I guess we would have to take the vote, but would legal be happy to give a brief summary of that, or would you rather do that in terms of the minutes at the?
Yeah, we can do that at the meeting.
Okay, we'll do that at the meeting. 17th. Get in the minutes. Okay. Motion's on the floor to unseal the minutes and to schedule a meeting at the 17th of July. Councilor Bagley.
Second.
Oh, I don't know if that was, I didn't make the motion, but
No,
the councilor did, yeah.
Parliamentary inquiry. We're unsealing the minutes, not the meeting, right? Isn't there a difference? Like, we can't talk about the meeting, we can only talk about what's written down on the paper. I kind of remember this happening before.
Well, we're unsealing the minutes, which are a summary of the meeting. I don't know if there's a distinction between unsealing the meeting. So,
At the point in time the minutes are completed, they will be public. Is that correct?
right. Which is the same as the meeting itself? The contents?
Non-public session minutes are very limited in their scope, so it will basically talk about the topic that was discussed and whether or not there were any motions made by the council, which there were not.
Okay, right.
So I get, the purpose of this is to avail ourselves the ability to talk about the specifics of the meeting at Monday's meeting.
Which would be in public.
Which would be in public.
Right.
So
Okay.
we can have the discussion that we had in non-public without having to worry about anything, revealing any confidential information of that, of which none of that meeting should have, or needed, was necessary to be non-public.
Would it be appropriate to add to the motion the time of the meeting that you wish to start? I don't know if Kelly would require that.
We should have it for the agenda, but we can decide that tomorrow.
Let's
by the
decide it
mayor.
tomorrow.
Okay.
I think we'll do some emails tomorrow.
We're all brain dead.
Yep. Okay.
I vote for earlier.
So amazingly, we went from one meeting in July to three meetings in July, you know?
And the month is still young.
A month's still young, who knows? Who knows? All right. So we need to vote on that to unseal the minutes and to hold the meeting on the 17th. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Okay, with that, we will move to suspend, how do we? Postpone the remainder of the agenda until the 24th of July.
Correct.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good night, Portsmouth.